First paper is going to be Vishnu Manju.
What is Quick Heal webcam production? Following application is trying to use your webcam. Hello? Hello?
You got to allow everything today.
Anywhere.
Or they will feel more comfortable, isn't it, coming this way?
Both can be actually, but if you just somehow, please. They put everybody on the screen, all those 10 people, not one, but all those people. उसका कुछ होता है क्या? Like, you know, yesterday we were seeing all the names, all the blocks there. We know who have logged in. तुम्हारा सर्टिफिकेट्स लेके आना बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है सर्टिफिकेट्स का नमूना आने चाहिए पता नहीं अभी
I'm trying to forecast all the participants, but it is only the.
Just go there and see.
Yeah.
Go here.
This corner.
Yeah.
It's about the browser.
It generally comes there. No?
Yeah, it comes generally it comes there. So I was.
Maybe here.
This is about full screen. If it is full screen, then the screen will remain is enabled. Where?
No. It will be chat somehow.
Yes.
You want to focus on the speaker, isn't it?
Yes.
Click here. Yeah.
Yeah. Just wait.
Here.
No, it doesn't go. Let me check.
Good morning, everyone. We will start with the final day's first academic session. And we have 4 readers. The first paper is a joint paper. It is by Dr. Vishnu Bora and Dr. Manju Shuktia. Second paper by Dr. Raja Rosa Hagen, Ashoka University. Third paper by Dr. Koran Borthaku, Haflam College. And in the fourth paper, the name is Soumya Kanti Biswas, but it is not Soumya Kanti who will be presenting. We have our host and the coordinator of the seminar, Professor Adarsh Natharaju, who will be speaking as the fourth speaker. So we will begin today's session with the first paper. And I invite Dr. Vishnu Bora and Dr. Manju Sutia to come and present their paper. The title of the paper is Selfless Consciousness, the Psychological Method of Vaibhashika.
Good morning, everyone. Respected chairperson of this session, Professor Shakuntala ma'am, Professor Sharma sir, and Akwijan ma'am. I am greatly thankful to Professor Nataraju sir giving me the opportunity to be a part of this seminar. Title of my presentation is Selfless Consciousness, the Psychological Method of Vaibhashika. In this paper, we are trying to explain the concept of consciousness from the Vaibhashika point of view and their psychological analysis of the mind and the other aspect of the consciousness. The Vaibhashika presents the selfless consciousness which is produced by the contact of sense organs and their respective objects. In the whole process of consciousness, the permanent entity, the self, is absent, where the mind faculty is very important. In the process of this consciousness, I'm trying to explain the process with fourth heading, that is the Vijnana, the consciousness, Mano or mind, and Sitta, the consciousness in general, and the mind Indriya. The first one, the Vijnana or consciousness. Consciousness or Vijnana is a complex mental function that is produced by the contact of sense organs, alambana dhatu, and their respective objects. It is an instantaneous physiological reaction to the external object. The contact of an object which one of the senses produces a special sensation, which in turn becomes the object of the mind and produces mind consciousness. Like modern psychology, Sarvastivada maintained that all the five sense organs are known by their respective sensation and mind consciousness. That's Manovijnana. So cognitions means the relation between mind consciousness and five sensations. It seems that from the Buddhist point of view, Vijnana has been used in two different meanings. One is the pratibhigapti, that is the reaction to the object and cognition of object. So particular sensation obtained by the particular sense faculties and cognized by Manovijnana is common for cognizing all sensations. This is the sense experience. This shows the dynamic nature of consciousness where two processes are present. One is sensation, which is produced from the outer object, and that is other is understanding. First, the sensation is produced by the interconnection of senses and object, and then the mind as a whole cognizes the object by applying its reflections. Sensation immediately followed by its feeling tone, that is Vedana, and become cognized as a whole, Sangha. The process is experienced repeatedly till it is pushed into impressions, that's samskara. The Abhidharma Kosa explain the relation of Vijnana, the mind, and the Manovijnana. This is very important for consciousness. By the connection of these three, Vijnana, mind, and Manovijnana, we have the consciousness of an object. Vignana or sensation results from the contact between an external object and one of the senses. Then mind cognizes all sensation as a whole. These objects and respective sensations are presentative. But when this moment passes, they became past object. The past content is the manodhatu. That is when the sensation became as a memory or smriti, it is called manodhatu. This now became the object of manovijnana. Thus the mind takes the support of past sensation in order to cognize an object. Isn't this unique explanation, Sarvastivada or Vaibhasika explained the continual existence of dharma. That is, we says, according to Vaibhasika, dharma has actually existed in 3 phases of time. The sensation of the past mind and mind awareness of the past sensations together may be known as manovijnana. We come to the next point, the manodhatu. This is mind. What is mind according to Vaibhasika? In Abhidharma Kosha, mind is explained as the mental function which is immediately preceded by the sensations. Mind is not totally different from sensation. Consciousness and mind are relative concepts. The same person may be the father and the son. Likewise, the sensation and consciousness in a present object. The mind or manodhatu stands for the first content, which functions as the object, alambana of manovijnana, that is mind consciousness. So, manodhatu, what is mind element, is presentative and representative in nature and deals with smriti. That is memory. It is reflecting, vikalpa, investigating, sabitarka, and sabisara. So, according to Vaibhasika, mind is not made up. That is, it is anutpata and became sabitarka, sabisara, and abitarka in different level of meditation. It is continuous and resultant of previous thought. Manodhatu is momentary and devoid of objects. So then the next is the manovijnana, which has come after the when mind is contact with other object. Then the manovijnana or mind consciousness is produced. Manovijnana is always associated with prajna, that is knowledge, and sabitaka, sabisara, and abitarka in nature. It is impure, found in non-corporeal sphere. The object of manovijnana is manodhatu, or the mind. The mind, the 5 sensations are determined by the respective objects. While the object of manovijnana is not determined, it is infinite. Any sort of mental activity could be the object of manovijnana. The 5 sense objects are known by their respective sensations, which in turn became the object of mind consciousness. The object of mind consciousness are so varied that it is known by the term dharma dhatu. Dharma dhatu is non-sensuous, and it is only known by the mind consciousness. In sensation, manovijnana, that's mind consciousness, plays an important role. The respective object is known by the respective organ, which in turn became the object of mind consciousness. Each of the particular faculties does its respective functions in relation to the respective object, but mind in general cognize all. Then Vaibhasika explained what is siddha. This siddha is not like what Noaicus and other saying or yoga philosophy is saying, but the siddha is different from their explaining the siddha in different way. In Kosha, siddha is explained as the entire world of consciousness expressed in the various pattern of function. It functions as the selecting process of good on and ethically wholesome and unwholesome. Mind is the object of the citta. The citta is produced by the mind as it functions as the reflective element of thought. Sensation is produced in the sense faculty. The entire extension of citta is indicated by the term mano-ayatana. It may be both pure, anasarva, and sasarva, that is impure. Citta remains at all times from birth to date and continues until the achievement of prajna. So, in Buddhism, the consciousness is saying that it is a flow which is coming from the birth to date. After that, it is also exists. But anasarva prajna and sasarva mana are included in citta, and it is identified with internal principle. As an internal factor, citta associated with vedana, that is sensation, and sangha, impression, and samskara. Samskara, this is produced after the consciousness of an object. In the process of consciousness, the citta became saitya, that is mental derivation. We through the saitya or mental derivation, we have the consciousness of an object. So it is associated with the asraya, that is locus, and this is the sense faculty, alambana, object. On the basis of this, sensation is produced, and it has given the akara, shape, and kala, the temporality, and dhabba samanta, uniformity of objectivation. In the process of consciousness, there is a contact occurred from which is produced from the sense and the object, external object. Then the shape and size are understood in temporal reference, and lastly, we have the consciousness, that is the objectivity of is understood by us. This citta, according to Vaibhasika, is a continuous flow. The citta consciousness is conceived as a continuum stream in the midst of all variable forces and all the cycle of life and birth. After birth, it is also exists. As Kosa described, Vijnana is a cause of birth, Janamanusraya, and dominates over rebirth, Punarbha Sambandha. It flows all succession of life and the process of becoming. Citta or consciousness is only stopped when someone achieves the nirvana, that is the moksha in Indian terms. It undergoes various phases of complexity occurring in terms of sensations, feeling, perceptions, modelized consciousness, and various impressions during the period of so-called continuity. In our sleeping and unconscious states, citta also present. It is also present in samapti, that is the spiritual state of mind, which is technically known as niskanta, which is called a nirudha stage. In these two stages, the individual are devoid of modelization of consciousness, but are not devoid of existence. Then the last one of this process is the mind faculty, that is mana indriya. The mind faculty is internal in nature. It is an internal organ. Through it, the 7 mind elements, citta, dharma, are experienced. It is internal organ, as recognized by, which is recognized by Nyaya or Sankhya and Vedanta schools. It is cognizing organ for pleasure, faith, will, and effort. Buddhist thinkers describe the mind faculty as a sensing phenomena. We know that according to Buddhism, all things are, and there is no permanent thing, all things are sensing. So they admit the khanika, momentariness, and Anatmavada. This is all depends on this theory, dependent originations, which makes the suitable conditions for every mental act and dominates our rebirth. It is described in Coastal Life that as both a resultant and non-resultant. This man faculty is resultant as well as non-resultant. Unlike Noaiko Sarvastivada, this mind faculty is not made up of accumulation of atom. It is not made up by the Paramanus. It is not made up. It is a spiritual thing actually. Both mental and non-mental objects are internalized by means of mind faculty. It may be pure and impure and morally wholesome and unwholesome and neutral. There are 46 mental states which I'm going to discuss later, which depend which make the citta enable to have a consciousness of an object. Vaibhasika says that Citta Dharmas, the Citta is always present from the beginning of the life to the end of the life. This Citta is determined by some particular Citta groups, which can be said that mental derivations. They admit 46 such type of Citta Dharmas. But these 46 mental dharmas do not function simultaneously. They function in 6 groups. This grouping is most ethical and classified as Kausala, that is morally wholesome, or Kausala, morally unwholesome, and Abrikta. The first group is said Mahabhumika, which is present in all mind. There are the generally permitting mind states that are universally present and indispensable for every possible mind state composition. These are 10 kinds, which is first one is Vedana, feelings, Cetana, volition, Sangha, identification or perception. Sangha means when we have the identification or name of an object. Sanda, desire, sparsha, contact, moti, cognizance, smriti, memory, manasikara, attention, adhimukti, approbation, and samadhi, concentration. These are the 10 Mahabhumika Cittas. And second classification is Kausala Mahabhumika. These are the good mental states. These are the 10 good permitting factors which are always accompanied with very good awareness. Which are good mental states. They are Shraddha, Apramada, vigilance, Prasabdi, Upeksha, Re, which is modesty or same in the internal sense, Pratrapa, same in the external sense, Alubha, absence of greed, Adhesha, non-hatred, and Abhimsa and Virya, what's energy. And the third one is Akusala Mahabhumika Citta. Morally wholesome mind state. These are the mind states which are always defiling and always bad. There are 2 kinds: ahirika, that is assembly states, and anapatrapa, that is disregard. Fourth one is klesha mahabhumika citta. These are the 6 types of factors that are arising in every defilement. However, these are said to be bad, but they are not unbeneficial. These are needs for an individual in different consciousness. They are moha or avidya, delusion or ignorance, pramada, headliness, kosedya, sloth, asravdi, lack of confidence, stana, lethargy, and adhitya, that excitement. and fifth one is pratitya klesha bhumika citta. These are limited mind state. These elements are purely mental, and these are not produced by the sensation. These are 10 cuts: krudha, raksa, matricha, irsha, Pradasa, Bhimsa, Upadana, Maya, Satya, and Mother. These are 10 mental states. And last one is Anitya Citta. These are irregular mind states. They are not present and they cannot be classified in other groups of the other groups. There are 8 kinds: Kokrita, repentance, Midya, Torpor, Vitarka, discussion, Visara, judgment, Raga, affection, Pratigha, anger, Mana, pride, and Visikitsa. That's a doubt. So, in conclusion, it can be said that I'm just trying to explain what the conscious, what is the process of consciousness and the psychological analysis of Bodhasika. So we have, I'm not trying to give a special remark, but the conclusion, it can be said that Bodhasika maintained that a person or an individual is constituted by the 5 skandhas, that is Rupa, Vedana, Sangha, Samskara, and Vijnana. And in the process of consciousness, all the 5 groups are present. That is the Rupa are the 5 senses and their respective element, and other 4 skandhas, that is Sangha, Samskara, Vijnana, or Vedana, and that 4 skandhas are also involved. And there is a important thing is what is mind faculty or mano indriya is very important. And in the consciousness of an object, the 46 mental states, which is divided in 6 groups, is very important. So this is all. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vishnu. Basically, Dr. Bora has talked about, he started with Vijnana, and while talking about it, he talked about how it comes about in the chitta and the chettas. So we also find a distinction, or rather, how we can differentiate between Vijnana, chitta, chettas, and that in it we also find that how Sarvastivada believes in the chitta and the chaita dharmas, and Vijnana is an outcome, though it is similar to the chitta. So it is a process. He talked about the process of Vijnana, that is a consciousness, and how it comes about in the Sarvastivada. And it is a paper on a school, which is not much discussed nowadays. So I invite questions on Dr. Bora's paper. And I do not see any questions on the chat box, so we can have, we do have a question offline. So I request Dr. Akriva.
The paper was illuminating, but the question that I have before you is, you talk about mind, consciousness, and mind faculty, and you also talk about the consciousness of object. So I want to ask that, is consciousness always like, does it have to direct towards the object? Is it always like, it can be separate the object and consciousness? Does consciousness exist without the object? That is one question. Another thing is, you have tried to bring out the operation of this consciousness and the mind faculty, which I will understand it as a kind of method. The method that the particular school follow in bringing out the consciousness of the object. Now, can we, is there any way that we apply this in, say, doing research, or is there any technique that we can follow and apply it somewhere else, where we can use the same technique in, say, trying to know something else? The two questions basically.
Thank you, madam. To reflection to the first question, actually the consciousness is a complex process. What we have, I have said that there is a contact between object and senses. It produces consciousness, but simply it does not produce consciousness. It is just sensation. After death sensation, we have sangha. That is impression, and after death we have samskara, and after death it is produced consciousness. So consciousness, that object and consciousness, with the contact with object and senses, the consciousness is not produced. It is just sensation. So consciousness after death, you have to cross another 3 stages. So this consciousness is sensation is not consciousness. And coming to the next questions, they are saying actually it is they are saying that it is a psychological method. So they have said that 46 mental states there. Also, what is the sangha, what is Vedana, all things are there. So through this, according to Vairasika, through this method, that is this psychological method, by the analysis of mind faculty, by the analysis of mind consciousness. Another important thing is that the mind consciousness can we have without object. There is a possibilities of mind consciousness that for which we need not any object. We may have infinite number of mind consciousness that need not any contact of an object. So by this psychological analysis of the consciousness, from the Vairasika point of view, we can have the explanation of the conscious process, the process of the consciousness. Thank you, ma'am.
There's a question on the chat box. Maybe just check it, Dr. Sharma. No questions on this paper. Dr. Sharma, please come here and
This is Vishnu, right?
yes.
Okay. Vishnu, you have just mentioned that consciousness and sensation are something different.
Yes.
But whether in arriving at consciousness, does sensation have no role to play there? This is just I want to know from you.
Thank you, sir. For consciousness of an object, the sensation is necessary. Necessary often the sensation of a object, for the consciousness of an object. But if there is mental consciousness, monovignana, mind consciousness, there no need the sensation of an object. It is reflection, it is understanding only. For sensation or consciousness of an object, that is for this bottle, we need the sensation of the object, that we must have the contact with sense with the bottle. But for the mind consciousness, there no need of the sensation of any object.
So consciousness is transcendental to all the nature and objects. It is existing independent. It doesn't require embodiment. It doesn't require presence of objects. Is that the case?
Yes, sir. the thing is that for the consciousness and object, we have we must have sensation of.
Mentioning all the phenomenologies have to against naturalism that it doesn't require any object for its existence. It is independent of all that. Is that against the biological? I don't know.
Thank you, Dr. Vora. We will, with this, we come to the next reader. And for every reader, we'll be having 20 minutes. That will leave time for questions and discussions. The next reader of the session is Dr. Raja Rosenhagen. And he will be speaking on Iris Murdoch, philosophical method and philosophical progress. Dr. Raja Rosenhagen, please.
Thank you very much. Am I audible? Am I audible and is the screen visible?
Yes, you are audible and we can see the PowerPoint presentation. Yes.
Perfect. So let me first take this opportunity to thank the organizers for accepting my abstract and my talk. I'm very pleased to be here. And thank you for the introduction also. And I'm sort of, this talk that I'll be presenting today, Iris Murdoch, Philosophical Progress and Philosophical Method, is sort of part of a larger project, and I'll be happy to say a little bit more about it during the Q&A. But yeah, it's a part of a larger project in which I try to bring in touch or in contact Iris Murdoch's work in Western philosophy, Jaina philosophy, in Indian philosophy, actually Bhakti also, and very different source, contemporary analytic philosophy of perception. So this is sort of a wild project, but that's sort of what I'm doing. And this is a very small fragment of it. And so I'm quite pleased to be able to run this by you. Okay, so here's how Iris Murdoch, depicted here, opens her seminal paper, The Idea of Perfection, which is from the book, The Sovereignty of Good, depicted in the right bottom corner. Here's what she says, and I quote, "It is sometimes said, either irritably or with a certain satisfaction, that philosophy makes no progress. It is certainly true, and I think this is an abiding and not a regrettable characteristic of the discipline, that philosophy has, in a sense, to keep trying to return to the beginning, a thing which is not at all easy to do. There is a two-way movement in philosophy, a movement towards the building of elaborate theories and a move back again towards the consideration of simple and obvious facts. MacTaggart says that time is unreal. Moore replies that he has just had his breakfast. Both these aspects of philosophy are necessary to it." End of quote. Now, Murdoch continues right after this quote by announcing that she too will, in this paper that I'm focusing on, The Idea of Perfection, will be attempting to make a return move, a move back, and we shall investigate it in due time. Before, however, I think it's worth forestalling a potential misunderstanding. For as one reads the passage just cited, and that's here before you, one can easily be misled into believing that Murdoch refrains from defending philosophy against the charge she opens with, that is, that philosophy makes no progress. In fact, in her response, she may well seem to simply concede the point. It is certainly true, she continues. However, I believe she does no such thing. Quite to the contrary, she answers the charge by making a normative claim about how philosophy must proceed, providing the outlines of an account of what philosophical progress involves and demonstrating it in action. If I'm right, we find in this essay not just what it is rightly famous for, that is Murdoch's dismantling attack on the behaviorist existentialist framework of the moral agent and the alternative picture she puts into its place, we also find an invitation to reflect upon why philosophy may in fact have to proceed in the particular way she here sketches, on what proceeding in such a way consists in, and on what so proceeding requires. To get a better view of what her response is to the initial charge, philosophy makes no progress, let us draw on an example. To meet their students, teachers must be able to pitch their instruction at a level at which many of the presuppositions of the discipline are neither endorsed nor even properly in view yet. It takes training and years of experience to hone one's ability to imagine and return to various such levels. Accordingly, if a teacher manages to meet many different students at whatever level they inhabit, this is testimony to the teacher's excellence. Similarly, consider a trained philosopher who has, perhaps for years, pondered many a presupposition and who has gotten used to considering and applying concepts very cautiously and in light of their preferred view. Suppose next that such a philosopher undertakes the task to try and return from the heights of their philosophical theorizing, from very much within the intricacies and conceptual presuppositions of the philosophical system they may somewhat comfortably inhabit, back to the beginning. For them too, it will not be a small feat to return to a stage of theoretical innocence, to a stage at which presuppositions are lifted and conceptual associations disassociated that may have come to seem natural to them for so long already, endorsing which has become, as it were, second nature. Such a return then is difficult, yet as Murdoch insists, it is an abiding and not a regrettable characteristic of the discipline that it has, in a sense, to keep trying to return to the beginning, as we saw. The qualifier, in a sense, we may suspect, serves to flag that such a return cannot be but approximate. Philosophers are not encouraged to undergo a process of philosophical amnesia or lobotomy that deprives them of their familiarity with philosophical presuppositions and the web of corollaries they carry with them. Such familiarity is bound to remain with one, even if one has at least temporarily managed to confine the relevant presuppositions to the back of one's mind. But what I find particularly interesting, however, is that Murdoch is issuing a normative claim here. Philosophy, she says, has to make this kind of move. It is as necessary a feature of it as is the complementary move in the other complicating direction, the move towards the building of elaborate theories. We should, I think, take the thrust of this normative claim to be directed at the initial charge. In other words, if we ask why, according to Murdoch, philosophy must proceed this way, her answer, I think, is because this is what philosophical progress looks like. Returning to the beginning, albeit in a sense, is not thus regrettable, precisely because it is indicative of progress. How so? And how can returning to the beginning, in a sense, be progress? The beginning, as Murdoch characterizes it, is a place from which, if one again returns to it, certain simple and obvious facts can be considered. Her use of again carries the tacit suggestion that prior to such a return from deep within the house of theory, as it were, such consideration is perhaps somehow difficult, if not impossible. Murdoch's example drives the point home, for indeed, if like MacTaggart, one takes time to be unreal, it is simply inconsistent for one to also side with Moore and assert the plain and simple and obvious fact that one has just had one's breakfast. That is a sentence whose truth conditions depend on the availability of meaningful temporal categories. And yet, Moore's sentence strikes us as obviously meaningful. In fact, being alerted to this simple and obvious fact about ordinary life provides a check on our elaborate theory building. Such an alert, we can say, serves as an empirical datum of sorts. If our elaborate theory fails to accommodate that datum, we are thereby under some empirical pressure to go back to the drawing board to devise a theory that does. Philosophical progress so construed is then a matter of building a series of theories that are increasingly better positioned to meet two conditions. On the one hand, they should have certain theoretical virtues, which I take Murdoch's term elaborate to flag. They should be elaborate and thus presumably coherent, illuminating, as complex as necessary and as simple as possible, explanatorily powerful, etc. On the other hand, they should be able to accommodate simple and obvious facts. Surely, one will need to remain open to the possibility that in light of a powerful philosophical theory, one's understanding of such obvious facts may be modified. However, one should be suspicious of theories that are not just unable to accommodate such facts, but that are insulated from common sense to such an extent that they completely lack the conceptual resources to express them. In the remainder of this paper, I wish to do two things. First, I want to highlight that the way Murdoch proceeds in her own paper is an attempt to make progress in the sense just sketched. Second, I will extract lessons on what philosophical progress requires and how these lessons help devise an account of philosophical method that is geared towards philosophical progress as I take Murdoch to construe it. In closing, I will hint at two very different areas in philosophy on which we can draw for additional support of an account that has this general shape, and raise the question as to how to best classify the method here extracted. Accordingly, to move things along, let us look next at what in the idea of perfection Murdoch sets out to do. The idea of perfection is a rich text. It contains a number of analyses and subtle moves. Moreover, contemporary readers of it face a particular challenge. The importance commonly attributed to the philosophical opponents she addresses has dwindled considerably since the time she wrote. Fortunately, for present purposes, many of the intricacies of the text can be bracketed. For those unfamiliar with the text, here is a rough summary. Murdoch lays out and then attacks then dominant accounts of moral activity, which she labels behaviorist, existentialist, neo-Kantian, and utilitarian, all of this construed rather broadly so as to lump them all together. On the one hand, she invites us to replace what she thinks is the dominant metaphor associated with this family of views, or within this family of views with moral agency. On the other, she urges us to dissolve certain conceptual ties characteristically implemented in these views to make room for others and to make it possible again to make certain claims that she considers simple and obvious, but that on the opposing view have become inexpressible. More specifically, she takes issue with the idea that the metaphor appropriate to characterizing moral activity is that of movement. On the view she opposes, the moral agent moves about in the publicly observable sphere, one object among others, driven by what they deem good. Attaching this label, good, which is sort of a movable label that can be attached as at will to any object of desire or publicly available option for action, is a function of the subject's free will, and indeed, on the view Murdoch scrutinizes and opposes, what the subject's freedom consists in. So the subject is free to attach that label good, right, to all sorts of things, objects, situations, plans, options for action, and so on. Inner moral contemplation on the part of the subject, on the other hand, is deemed a mere shadow and of outward action, parasitic in nature, non-essential. Moral action proper must translate into overt judgings or other overt actions. Thinking follows its own laws quasi-automatically and is anyways subservient to the will, which is in turn construed as the narrow, rather narrow seat of the self. Morality, on the view Murdoch opposes, is construed as a matter of, ideally, thinking clearly about all the publicly available options and then proceeding to outward dealings with others. The will, with which the self is, as we've said, identified, and just the will, is deeply shaped by instinctual needs, must choose between the publicly available options, and such choosing inevitably entails publicly observable action. Public actions are executed on the basis of public reasons, governed by publicly available rules, specified in in terms of concepts that are exhausted in their public structure, out in the open, available to all. Now, so much for the opposing picture, right? All of this is our views. All of these are views that Murdoch strongly opposes. So Murdoch's response to this picture, as she says, is partly empirical, partly philosophical, and partly moral. People, she says, aren't like this picture suggests. Arguments adduced to support it are unconvincing, and we also ought not picture ourselves this way. Murdoch's philosophical qualms concern arguments purportedly supporting the view that the inner life cannot be of any philosophical use or is at best parasitic on the outer, that the structure of moral concepts is entirely public, and that identity criteria for concepts are given exclusively by reference to actual or counterfactual behavioral patterns. Again, something outward. All the inner life is parasitic on what's happening outwards. Importantly, however, at its core, the complaint she levels against the family of views she attacks is precisely of the kind we saw her point out in the opening paragraph. On the picture she attacks, certain simple and obvious facts cannot be stated. So which ones are these? Well, one of these facts, she thinks, is that love is a central concept in morals. Another related one is that the concept of love relates to that of freedom and to that of virtue. Accordingly, she urges that we need to step out of the system forged by the proponents of the relevant view that she opposes and reject what she takes to be an implausible notion of freedom to choose between publicly available options, and an impoverished understanding of the complex moral agent, where that agent is basically reduced to a moving will. We can usefully couch her opposing picture in terms of three slogans. First, vision, not movement. Second, moral activity is continuous, not an occasional leaping about of the will. And third, morally relevant activity is not public, simple, and overt, but private, complex, and often opaque. Now, on Murdoch's alternative picture, love is a central moral activity. Following Simone Weil, the French philosopher Simone Weil, she understands love as just attention, a kind of seeing and attending to others. Attending and imagining are, of course, visual metaphors, which Murdoch draws on to create a picture of the moral agent and their activity, which is radically different from the one she opposes. On Murdoch's view, moral activity is not an occasional leaping about of the will, which only happens in important moments of choice. Instead, it's a continuous activity of picturing and imagining others and their actions, as we characterize continuously the situations that we're in, the people that we're interacting with, the actions that they are engaged in, as we characterize them conceptually and sort of tell ourselves what these are, we are sort of building up structures of value in classifying and conceptualizing others, their actions and their circumstances. And as we do this, we are engaged in an ongoing struggle of trying to see those others for who they are, why they act as they do, and what action in so doing they take themselves to be performing. Seeing others truly requires moral imagination. It requires empathy, compassion, and unselfing. Now, this is important and interesting. Unselfing is important because those whom we classify only in terms of how their actions may serve or stand in the way of the fulfillment of our own selfish desires, we can't, Murdoch thinks, properly see. And towards that, which we cannot see well, we cannot act well either. Moral activity for Murdoch is primarily inner work. Involves conscious attempts to purify one's vision to see better. And there is certainly no implication to the fact that a change in one's moral outlook must inevitably issue in, let alone be understood in terms of overt action. Moral progress, moreover, is subtle and private, involves idiosyncratic shifts in one's modes of attending to others, and idiosyncratic shifts in how one uses and understands one's moral concepts, in particular occasions of attention. Doing well by others requires that one see them, circumstanced as they are, and that one realize that others are different from us, not least in what options for action they can see and how they can conceptualize such options in turn. It also requires that one be humble and open to learning from them, and compassionate where one takes them to fail. After all, one must remain cognizant not only of the fact that one may see more clearly where they go astray, but also that one's own vision may be murkier where they can see more clearly. Moral progress, moreover, is often opaque, not just from a third personal, but even from a first personal perspective. Individuals are not reduced and cannot be reduced to a moving will. They are complex, multi-layered individuals, and both the motives of others and our own motives will often be opaque to one. So moving to the third part, moral and philosophical progress and philosophical method. Now, having sketched Murdoch's view, and it's a sketch, and I hope you get interested in reading more about her. Having sketched Murdoch's view, let me now highlight how the various claims that to her are plain and obvious, and that she thinks cannot be meaningfully integrated into the family of views she opposes, how she accommodates them. Given the importance she attributes to love, construed again as just attention, love in this particular, if not peculiar sense, is indeed a central concept in morals.
Dr. Rosenhagen, if you can wind up within the 4 minutes.
Okay, I'll try. I started late, so I hope I can use some more time. Okay, moreover, love so construed is essentially related to freedom and virtue both. The relation between love and virtue is obviously built into the characterization of love as just attention. Freedom, on the other hand, is not construed, as in the opposing picture, as freedom to choose between publicly available options for action, a choice more or less dictated by the subject's will. Instead, she construes freedom as freedom from something, selfish fantasies which are fueled by the subject's vices, such as greed, anger, arrogance, or lust. Such a notion of freedom thus entails that of virtue. It entails justice, humility, and compassion, and not least the courage required to transcend the confines of one's own potentially selfish perspective. As Murdoch has it, only an agent who is free in this sense can truly see others, see how they differ from us, and have his or her notion of what is truly good shaped into a notion that denotes not just what is good for themselves, but what is good in a trans-subjective sense. For Murdoch, moral progress then requires an openness to the reality of others, an appreciation of their distinct otherness, and a willingness to learn from them and be compassionate towards them where one takes them to fail. Moral progress, on her view, is specifiable in terms of a process of twofold refinement, that of one's ability to apply moral concepts aptly to complex real-world situations, and that of one's understanding of how such concepts relate to one another. This process is driven by the core moral activity of looking at others justly, love, and of trying to imagine realistically what, circumstance as they are, and given the specifics of their vision, seems plain, simple, and obvious to them, facts regarding what other people are like, and what, given the options available to them, ought to be done. The serious attempt to look at others and at what things look from their perspective thus delivers candidate assessments for what to others seems plain and obvious. And these assessments in turn provide the moral subject with empirical data points regarding which they may wonder what rationale underlies them and whether these data points can or ought to be accommodated in one's own moral outlook. Like philosophical progress on Murdoch's conception of it, moral progress too is driven by the confrontation with and subsequent reflection on putatively plain and obvious claims that are generated outside the confines of the subject's own moral outlook. And the method to retrieve such claims, if we can somewhat awkward, that is love. Now, the final point, or most important point, as it were, where this is leading to, is this. Philosophical progress, as Murdoch conceives of it, I suggest, can be usefully promoted by engaging in the kind of activity central to her account of moral progress, love, construed as just attention. Philosophical progress, as we've seen, is triggered by the realization that there are plain and obvious facts that one's elaborate theory fails to accommodate. Such realization will be especially difficult in cases like the one Murdoch is concerned with in her paper, in cases, that is, where philosophical presuppositions built into a system make it impossible for these putatively plain and obvious facts to even be expressed, which to the proponent of the view in question is likely to be completely opaque. The way out of this kind of conundrum, I want to say, is the philosophical equivalent of unselfing, looking not, or at the very least not just, at one's own elaborate theory, but instead at those of others. Seeing those other theories for what they are will be difficult. After all, they are quite different from one's own elaborate theory. They may seem foreign and impenetrable at first, and it is of course quite possible that they are in part misguided. But they may also reveal valuable insights about what should be considered plain and obvious facts, insights that provide opportunities for reflection, can be examined in terms of their rationality, and may deserve to be expressed and integrated in a philosophical account worth defending. Doing this may require that one dismantle one's own view, just as Murdoch thinks the family of views comprising existentialist, behaviorist, and neo-Kantian approaches should be dismantled. But of course, progress need not always require so radical a step. Directing just attention to rival philosophical approaches, trying to understand the rationale that drives them, as well as appreciating the simple and obvious facts that proponents seek to accommodate, this method may often enough yield the insight that one's own system should not be abandoned, but still modified. But what I wish to propose, again, is that what holds for moral progress plausibly holds for philosophical progress as well. The key to it lies in the philosopher's ability to consider alternative approaches justly, humbly, compassionately, or in Murdochian terms, in their ability to love. So if you allow me 2 more minutes for the concluding remarks, I'm almost done. So I began this paper by arguing that in the opening paragraph of Iris Murdoch's The Idea of Perfection, we can find the sketch of an answer to the question what philosophical progress involves. This answer, we saw, is encapsulated in her normative claim that philosophy does and in fact has to proceed in a two-way movement. On the one hand, the building of elaborate theories, and on the other, the attempt to return, in a sense, to the beginning, that is, to a point at which simple and obvious facts can be considered. I then demonstrated how it is that in The Idea of Perfection, Murdoch tries to make philosophical progress of that peculiar kind by returning from within the behaviorist existentialist family of views to a point outside of the network constituted by their theoretical presuppositions at which certain simple and obvious facts about love, freedom, and virtue can be considered again, and by then constructing a theory that can accommodate these facts. Along the way, I introduced Murdoch's picture of the moral agent, her conception of moral progress as being geared at the development of clear and unselfish vision and conceptual understanding, and of love as the central moral activity that promotes such progress. The latter allowed me to present my final suggestion: love, understood with Murdoch as just attention, drives not just moral progress. Instead, insofar as just attention to rival theories can reveal both the rationality characteristic of them and a set of claims that on the theory in question are taken to be simple and obvious, the claim that love drives moral progress can be extended to philosophical progress generally. Now, I do have closing remarks that I'll skip, right? I do say that I make the point in that sort of gesturing at it, that there are further sources, interesting sources of support for this kind of account. And one of them is and I was happy to see Professor Belimoria point to it yesterday, the Jaina account of Anikantavada, the non-one-sidedness of reality, which I understand as entailing an epistemic and philosophical perspectivalism. And on the other hand, a conception of the rational role of experience presented fairly recently in contemporary analytic philosophy of perception and mind by Anil Gupta. I've sort of written elsewhere about the connection between Anikantavad and Gupta's presentationalism, so I won't go into any details here, and rather sort of suggest in the end that the question what kind of method this is, right, philosophical progress through love, can be, you know, expanded or explored in various directions. One could think that it's dialectic, thesis, antithesis, synthesis. One could think it's hermeneutic, perhaps, Gadamer horizons, or, and that's what I want to end on, it could be empirical on a broadened notion of experience that takes lived experience and the experience of others as data points, which we can use to promote our philosophical theories. So that's it. Thank you very much for your patience. Questions are very welcome and can also, of course, always be sent via email. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Rosenhagen. So he tried to talk about philosophical progress through iris motor. First, he referred to what iris motor would consider as a philosophical progress or progress for that matter. It is to go back to the beginning where preconceived notions or theorizing are left behind, and to start again and to see whether whatever we are doing actually agrees with fact of mundane life. If it doesn't, then that kind of theorizing is not to be accepted. Then we showed how Modoc has applied it in her own book, in her own text of idea of perfection. And finally, he has gone back to his own way of saying that Bodoc's method of going back to the simple beginning is what actually makes the philosophy progress, because philosophy also needs to look at the others with more attention, which will remove the dogmatism involved in a theory, and it will give a more comprehensive or more accurate picture of the other, which is definitely going to improve on one's own philosophy. Let me see the chat box, but the paper is open for discussion, and can we have some questions? Professor Nataraju has a question.
Good morning, Professor. I mean, very engrossing presentation. Listening to you was a treat. I mean, we enjoyed your paper. I was wondering, there are two parts to my observation. One is there really a kind of progress that we see in science? It's still, I mean, my mind again reflects back onto, is a real progress. In science, it is quite, obvious and present to us through technological inventions, a rapid progress in the last 200 years. And we all agree to disagree. Most of the philosophers, most of those methods, for the last 2000 years, we have more disagreements with the philosophical schools rather than the agreements. So are we really making progress? Again, just your reflections. Second is the aspect of love and compassion. You can see that in Buddhism also, the Mahakaruna aspect of it, Bodhisattva aspect of it, and in Hindu philosophy, through Jaina philosophies, and across religious contexts. So many Buddhas and Nagarjunas and others have come and gone. Have we made any progress in making people love or understand? Have you ever made that kind of a progress? It still remains. Where is the problem? Because All the major religions have tried to do that. Not the academic departments, of course. This is very much an academic exercise, but major religions have done it through their reach to the people. So where is the problem? But do you see that the kind of terrorist activities which have religious institutions promoting it? I'm not pointing to any one religion, but see the militancy, the terrorism, which are all coming from the religious institutions, which are supposed to teach compassion, Mahakaruna. Your reflections. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that question. So, and sort of at least one of the entries in the chat sort of goes in a similar direction, it seems to me, right? So one of what you're asking is, are we really making progress? Or is the notion of progress here like the notion of progress in science? Isn't it more the case that over thousands of years there's been disagreement and disagreement among various schools of philosophy? And likewise, morally speaking, are we really making any progress? Religions give us all sorts of ideas having to do with loving, compassion, humility, and so on. Are we making progress? Well, so first of all, I should say that the talk is not, about whether or not we are making progress, right? So that's not the topic. The topic is what philosophical progress, what we should think of it, what we should think it is. Now, whether or not we fail or succeed in making such progress is a separate issue. And I think both in terms of where we're going and headed, so politically speaking, right, in various parts of the world, there is reason to doubt, good reason to doubt that we are making progress. So there's no question there. But the question what progress is, I think, is one that's worth raising and worth looking at Murdoch's work for an answer. You are absolutely right. And I think this is a strength and a really interesting feature of Murdoch's own view, that the kinds of things that she points to, love as just attention, and the kinds of techniques that she also suggests to purify one's vision are, very much relatable to the kinds of spiritual techniques that we see. Look at Bhakti, look at Buddhaghosa, for instance, right? Look at Jainism. There's a very rich area of comparative philosophy to be done here to see how can we sort of get to an account of moral and philosophical progress, right? That draws not just on some parochial Western account or some parochial Eastern account, but sort of that draws on all the rich resources that we have. And Murdoch's view is not religious, right? So she's a secular philosopher in the sense that she doesn't have a notion of God, but a notion of good. Now, I've completely bracketed this part of her view in my short presentation. So that is something for another discussion, right? But I do think that this idea of looking at other accounts justly, trying to appreciate what the simple and obvious facts are from the perspective of that view, and how their view is designed to accommodate those, appreciating this, and then adjusting one's own view so as to accommodate what ought to be accommodated, is a really interesting way of conceptualizing philosophical progress as well.
We have another question. Yes. Dr. Akwiza.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, sir, for your illuminating paper. From what I could understand, you are trying to talk about the philosophical progress in terms of the drive of love. What I would like to put before you is, instead of going for this drive of love, can't we say that we have to go through the patient to overcome the patient? I feel that you are focusing more on love, taking it as a positive aspect and keeping aside the existential drive that deals with that fear, passion as something negative. So instead of dismantling this existential drive, can't we go through this existential drive to come out of that drive? And this goes exactly well because as Derrida wrote in one of his book, The Animal Death, Therefore I Am. So we cannot escape our animality. It is with us. So should we not go through all this existential drive instead of dismantling the existential drive so that we come out? We already started with the paper by saying that backward and forward. So every backward, I think, will lead to 2 steps forward. This is one question. Another thing is just, I just want to know from you regarding philosophical progress, keeping aside the philosophical context, the metaphysical discussion and existential things, can we take philosophical progress in terms of interdisciplinary or rather say transdisciplinary? Your response to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I like both of these questions quite a bit. For one, as for the existential drive, should we not just, I don't recall what exactly you said, but something of the sort, should we not sort of treat the patient by going through the patient, or something of the sort. Now, one of the things that Murdoch cautions against and she's sort of very much opposed in this sense to modern psychoanalysis and Freud. She says, well, you know, the self is such a dazzling object that if we focus on it, we might never look at anything else. So what she thinks is that, yes, one can probably look at the self and try to purify it. And in fact, of some of the techniques that she recommends are purifying techniques such as meditation and other such techniques. She does recommend them, but she thinks that precisely because the picture of the self endorsed by the existentialist, for instance, is so narrow, just a moving will. You step behind even your psychology and then choose one of the options, right? So leaping off the will, there's nothing else happening, no complexity, no psychological complexity, no subconscious that also no drives that sort of really shape the way we act, and no way of intellectually sort of struggling with the ego and that drive. So all of that is not there in the existentialist picture, or very, very little of it. That's what she exposes. She opposes, and she thinks that, well, we could now look at that complexity and be lost in it, or we could unself and look at others, understand ourselves better by way of understanding them and seeing for real that they are different from us, that they have claims, valid claims to make towards us that need to be taken seriously. Now, so that's sort of why she says we need to move outwards and not look inwards. Though she doesn't completely reject going inwards due to the techniques that I've mentioned. The question that you raised, the second one about interdisciplinarity, absolutely. I think that, and so again, Murdoch says that we need a working moral psychology, right? Something that she thinks is deficient, again, in the time that she writes in. When she looks at behaviorism, everything's just the outer, nothing in the inner, right? Moral activity doesn't happen inwardly. She thinks that's very impoverished. So we need a moral psychology, but we also need a moral psychology that is able to reach out and connect with psychology and sort of other kinds of disciplines. So yes, you know, there's a conference on philosophical counseling coming up at the University of Delhi in January, and sort of elsewhere too, where I think, you know, this is sort of the kind of direction where I think Murdoch can fruitfully be developed also, right? Where you say that, well, this kind of loving attention or just attention is something that can very well sort of also be applied in psychological context. And again, from psychological context, the notion of just attention can be also improved. And again, as I said, also within philosophy from various disciplines, this kind of tradition of wisdom that we find in Jainism, in Bhakti, in Buddhism, again, Buddhaghosa is a case in point, purification of vision. That is sort of a very rich source to draw on in order to generate this a view of this general shape. So thank you for those questions.
Thank you. There is a comment on the chat box if you would like to respond to that.
Which one is it? The last one?
Yes,
Okay.
Raj.
Okay, Paul Bloom wrote Against Empathy, the case for rational compassion, arguing against the flaws of love, empathy, and so on. He considers them as biased virtues that challenges the idea of rationality, justice, and so on. I'm not familiar with the text, so I'm not sure. Arguing against the flaws of love, empathy, and so on. I'll take a look at it. So it sounds interesting. And, certainly, I mean, one thing that one should say is that the love is an ideal notion, right? Again, I keep quoting Murdoch, so I apologize for that. But what she says is love is the source of our greatest errors, right? Love is not, if not fully refined, is the source of our greatest errors. Why? Because we can act out of love, right? But if our vision is murky and we don't see what's going on, we don't see why other people are doing what they're doing, we're interpreting it incorrectly, we can do a lot of damage by acting the way we now think is well towards them, because we are not seeing, we're not truly seeing who they are. So there are flaws, but then that just means that love, compassion, and empathy are imperfect. And perfecting them in a way is the task we face when we think about what moral progress requires.
Thank you, Dr. Rosenhagen. Thank you very much. We move to the next speaker. He is Dr. Paran Bortapur, and he will be speaking on philosophical method of Pyrrhonian skepticism. Dr. Bortapur.
Just stop the share.
Good morning, everyone. Am I here audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Dr. Bortapur.
Okay. So, how much time I'm given?
Make it to 20 minutes.
Okay. So I will skip some of the passages that I consider to be less important. So my paper is on the philosophical method of Pyrrhonian skepticism. So Pyrrhonian skepticism is often misunderstood because we do not understand it in the way it should be understood. So if we look at the method how Pyrrhonian skepticism is developed, then their position becomes clear. To understand the philosophical theory is to think with the philosopher in the way he or she is thinking. It is reapplication of that method by the investigator investigating a philosophical theory or position of others. Best way to do this is provisionally not to question the assumptions, starting points, and procedures by which the opponent develop his thinking position, but to go along thinking or doing what he is doing with him with the same method. This is only provisional suspension or of the critical outlook, but not the final rejection of the critical outlook for the theory. Some of the philosophical theories, thinking or positions could be made clearer by elaborating the method employed therein. The study of the assumptions of some philosophical theses and the justification of the same in the form of supporting evidence and arguments, etc., may not be as fruitful as when we elaborate the way in which philosophical position is developed or philosophical thinking has taken place. Elaborating the method has the instrumental value of making at least some of the philosophical positions clearer. The method of developing Pyrrhonian skepticism is an example of the same. The method of developing philosophical skepticism is to be contrasted with many other philosophical methods which assert their doctrines with a conviction and supports it with the assumption, the arguments or evidence in their favor. Clarifying how philosophical skepticism is developed illustrates its method as well as the philosophical position to which it develops or leads. The way of developing Pyrrhonian philosophical skepticism involves 7 stages of gradual development. A Pyrrhonian skeptic will not assert his methodology as a set of doctrines. His method is not to assert, and his position is no set of doctrine to uphold. The manner in which Pyrrhonian skepticism is developed will reveal its method as well as the philosophical position or state. Following the narrative presented by Sextus Empiricus in ancient time, in our contemporary time, Arnes describes the stages of the development by which certain gifted persons attain the state of a mature skeptic. There are 7 points that characterizes this development of a skeptic from a beginner to a matured skeptic. In the first stage, the gifted people find contradiction in things as regards to what is true or false. Philosophers also appear to contradict with each other in such matters. As a result, they become frustrated, undecided, and set out to discover for themselves what is true or what is false. So first stage is to set out what is true or what is false, because there is so much confusion about so many matters. This is the beginning. They are led to consider all kinds of doctrines and arguments in the hope of restoring peace of their mind. Their aim is the peace of mind. So in the beginning, everyone starts in the same way with the same problem. The next stage, in the second stage, those gifted persons who go on making the investigation becomes philosophers of any of the 3 main groups. The first group is the dogmatist. Dogmatists claim to have found one truth. The second group is the academicians. The academicians means the academic philosophers of the Academy of the Plato, who were also skeptics. So academics who positively claim that truth cannot be found in any matter. So they positively assert the claim that truth cannot be attained, truth can be known. No truth can be known. They assert it. It is a doctrine for them. Now the third group is the skeptics, the Pyrrhonian skeptics, who neither claim that they have found at least one truth, nor claim to know that truth cannot be found, but persist in their seeking. So they keep the search, the seeking open, and they do not make any judgment about it. They do not assert that truth cannot be known. They do not assert that truth we have got the truth. They keep on searching. The third stage is characterized by a balance, the summing up of pro-argument and counter-arguments for and against a doctrine or position or proposition. For any pro-argument for a doctrine or a proposition, there could be found counter-arguments. When two arguments are summed up, they balance each other. Here, the gifted person finds no better reason for accepting one of the arguments rather than the other. However, to attribute to the Pyrrhonian a principle in the sense of a general rule of opposing all arguments with equally strong argument would be a misunderstanding with grave consequences. Unlike the academician, the Pyrrhonian does not hold such a principle in general. They do not assert any principle. The developing skeptic does not have prejudice in favor of counter arguments. He does not look more intently for contra than the pro argument. It only happens that argument balance each other. There remains no sufficient weight in favor of one argument rather than its contra argument to make a decision about what is true or what is more probable. As a result, general isotonia or state of suspense remains undisturbed. So there are arguments and there arises counter arguments, and the argument and counter argument balance each other, and there is no judgment to be made. Judgment has to be suspended. This is the isotonia. The fourth stage is a psychological stage. It is the gradual development of a deeply entrenched bent of mind. It is characterized by a state of suspension of judgment or epoche. It is a state of not deciding in favor of or against a doctrine, but to leave the question open. It is a form of mental rest. The word quietude, repose, immobility, stability, etc. are used to describe it. So this is a mental state of deeply entrenched state of, say, mental rest, mental peace. It is stable, the fourth stage. Next, the fifth stage, the skeptic eventually, and to his surprise, finds that epoche leads to or is, say, accompanied by just that peace of mind which he initially set out to achieve by finding the truth. In the beginning, he was aiming to find the truth, and that will bring peace to his mind. But actually, not finding the truth, by suspending judgment, he gets peace of mind. However, the mature skeptic will not, of course, claim that there is necessary connection between epoche and ataraxia, the peace of mind. Claims and theorizings are not the marks of Pyrrhonian skepticism. So no claim is made. In the sixth stage, the skeptic who gradually attains maturity obeys or follows the ordinary or the usual rules of the community. So he conforms to the practice of the community, rules of the community. He is guided by nature also, by the traditions, laws, customs of the community. But he is not determined by this. He may take any of the professions of the society to earn his living, like medicine. Actually, the skepticism of Pyrrhonian types started in the context of the medicines, when the persons practicing medicines were theorizing about diseases, and there is when they were very confused about those theory, which theory is true. Then finally, the seventh stage, the mature skeptic is still a seeker. He is not going to hold any doctrine or make any claim that he knows that truth cannot be found in any matter. He remains ever prepared to investigate and evaluate any new argument in relation to any conclusion. He leaves all questions open, but gives up his original aim of finding peace of mind by finding some truth, because he got peace of mind by another means. The Pyrrhonian skeptic does not make any assertion regarding anything, including his own philosophical position. His method is never to assert any doctrine, even of skepticism such as knowledge cannot be reached. But if Pyrrhonist makes use of some maxims or sayings such as arguments and counter-arguments balance each other, etc. Such sayings are to be understood as indicative of the state of the skeptical mind, but they are not to be considered as assertions. So skeptics are extra cautious in their use of language. Every thinker have to be cautious so as he is not misunderstood or misinterpreted because of laxity in his use of language. Skeptics' use of language is different from the ordinary way of using language. Opponent of skeptic is called dogmatist by the skeptic. Dogmatic way of using language is usually the assertive mode. Their utterances express opinion regarding either the truth or the falsity of some matter, but skeptics' utterances are not expressive of any claim to the truth or falsity of opinion. Such an assertion or non-committal way of using language is unusual in the ordinary context. So the Pyrrhonist may be misunderstood as making assertions about something when he uses language. Therefore, silence may be the better way to express Pyrrhonian way of life. The skeptical way of using language is interpreted sympathetically by Ernest in the following way. The skeptic may report as things appear to him. This may be compared to the way the chronicler reports what appears to him. But Ernest admits that chronicler may be assertive about what appears to him and may claim the truth about what appears to him, but Pyrrhonist will not do that. The skeptic also utters in a non-committal way. He uses words to show forth or display, but with no claim to the truth of anything. He avoids doctrinal way of saying. He acquiesces in and attempts with use of words what seems to him. He assents to what appears to him without making any assertion. We may hear him say, "This seems to be hot to me now," but it is wrong to interpret this as asserting something. Sometimes this skeptic may make distinction between two classes, the evident and non-evident. There may be skeptical words about non-evident things appearing in the form of arguments. Yet, these are not assertions, as it may be the case with the dogmatic. Skeptical arguments are different in purpose and function. Sometimes the skeptic expresses the skeptical formula only to show these to the dogmatist, and also for their uses for didactic purpose, to train up the novice, the new skeptic, in their initiation to the skeptical way of life, to indicate the state of mind of the skeptic, especially when the skeptic is approached by the dogmatic philosopher. But such skeptical formulae are not for teaching anybody or any skeptical theorem, because there remains no skeptical theorem for the Pyrrhonist. The skeptic often makes use of such terms such as perhaps, presumably, it seems, etc., which in other contexts expresses the modality of the concerned propositions. However, the skeptical use of these expressions are not conveying modality. For the skeptic's context, when it seems precedes the utterance, it does not signify anything about the truth or falsity of the proposition, which the it seems phrase modify. But these words indicate special feature of Pyrrhonism, that of continued search. It seems like this, so we are searching. The Pyrrhonian skeptic goes on seeking, investigating, or search of truth forever. This is what skepticism means. This skepticism, the term, its etymological meaning comes from this skeptis time, Greek root, which means to search, to look for. The skeptic's manner of using language in saying something is suggestive of his mental state only. It is not the assertion of facts or state of affairs. The skeptic is non-committal to conceptual frame of reference or presupposition, so his usage may be termed as loose talk. The skeptic can give message. Sometimes he says this or that in context when the dogmatist would usually state or assert. Due to natural inclination, a mature skeptic may also believe in some propositions, but such beliefs are transitory and lack dogmatic conviction. Since skeptic method of using language becomes clearer when it is compared with that of the other thinkers, whom the skeptics call dogmatist. A dogmatic offers his opinion, and this involves the claim that dogmatist is at least nearer to truth in matters in which opinion is asserted. The academic skeptic opines that truth cannot be grasped. He also finds that truth is inapprehensible, but a Pyrrhonian skeptic refrains from opining. The stronger claim, which is symptomatic of dogmatic way of announcement, is the claim to grasping something as true. Examples of this sort is, I found that P, I grasped that P, I discovered that P, etc. The dogmatic philosopher expresses such a claim when he claims that he has grasped at least one truth or fact, namely that there is not a single proposition, but excluding this statement itself, the truth of which can be grasped. The dogmatist also affirms certainty in what they say, but the skeptic is abhorrent to that. Dogmatist posits some proposition as truth, or they posit something as really existent. But in a characteristically different way, skeptic places dogmatic opinion as opposed to one another, and so that one is more worthy of belief than any other, and thereby takes nothing for granted as true or existing. The dogmatist is clearly assertive of his or her conviction that what he or she is saying is the case. Skeptic, as part of his strategy, may sometimes speak about the nature or essence of things only to counter the dogmatist on different matters, but never claim on such matters anything.
If you can wind up.
So my paper wanted to clarify the method of Pyrrhonian skepticism, only to clarify the philosophical position. The method clarifies what is their philosophical position. They do not have any principles, any assertions, any claims to truth. This is only a source. Philosophical skepticism of the Pyrrhonian tradition. Actually, they call themselves skeptic because they are searching. Skepticism for them means the searching. They keep all the questions open, and while using language, they have to be careful. They should not assert anything. Therefore, to conform to the practice of the community, they may have to use language or may do many things, but that does not mean that they are committed to any philosophical views, any doctrinal views, to anything. they keep all questions open forever. They are the investigators. So they are truly in the spirit of the aim of philosophy, to keep searching for truth. And truth is like indeed like the horizon, it moves forward as we search ahead. So with this, I conclude my paper.
Thank you, Dr. Barthakur. Dr. Barthakur has talked about Pyrrhonian skepticism, which has remained open to truth. That is, the search for the truth remains open in Pyrrhonian skepticism. So far as the method to arrive at this open-endedness is concerned, that is sure for the skeptic, that remains argument and counter-argument against any sort of dogmatic view. It may be a theory, it may be an argument. Pyrrhonian skeptics use the method of argument and counter-argument, that is certain, but the end they arrive at, or the end they want to arrive at, is the open-endedness, that is the search for truth. The paper is open for discussion. We can have questions, and we already have a question from Dr. Aurupjyoti Sharma. Dr. Sharma.
Varanda, I have a question to you. That whenever we are talking about skepticism as a method in philosophy, is that method different from other methods? Suppose like the dialogical method. Now, because actually why I am asking this question, because skepticism as a method in philosophy is dealing with doubting any fundamental belief or any fundamental arguments that we have, and then question it. Okay, and we know skeptics in that way in general. But whenever actually we are talking about other methods, say in the dialogical method, we do not simply accept the opinion of the others per se as it is. We always try to reflect upon it. So that means the element of questioning and doubting is also there in other methods. So in that case, whether skepticism is same with the other method, or in what way, it is different from other method. This is one question to you. Another question is that sometimes skeptics are labeled as cynic or cynical. Is this opinion correct according to you? Thank you so much.
Yes. Regarding the first question, skeptic is in agreement with any investigation. So when an investigation starts, we are considering the views and the arguments and the counter argument, the evidence and the counter evidence. So in the beginning, every method is the same, right? It is similar, and it is in agreement with the skeptical source. But when the results come in and we dogmatically assert that our investigation ended and we have found the truth, then the skeptic will disagree. So finding the truth, if the one side of an argument is the counterbalance by another one, and so weight of evidence is on one side is greater, than skeptic has to, in principle, has to accept that yes, so far the evidence goes that this seems to be true, but he will say that it seems to be true so far, but it is likely that counter evidence may come in future. So in every scientific investigation it happens. Even the well-established scientific theory, the counter evidence comes and challenged. So the first part is all right, but regarding this cynicism, we cannot say the skeptic as cynic. Skeptics are the investigators in the original sense of the term. So they are not cynical. There is no negative import connotation with that. So I hope it has satisfied Arup.
Dr. Rosenhagen.
Thank you. By the way, excellent pronunciation. So I wanted to ask about the skeptic. I mean, there's a problem about when the skeptic says that we can find evidence for each and every claim, and it's opposite, right? It seems that itself is a substantial claim, right? And one can wonder what's its status. Is it a claim that itself, should be treated as the skeptic treats all the other claims, namely a claim that could be, for which we could then find evidence that, where we could find evidence for its negation that's as strong as, what the skeptic is supposing, and then sort of the skeptic's position is sort of, self-defeating in a sense, right? Or we could say, well, maybe this is just an empirical claim, and you said in your response just now that, well, so far it seems to work out. I'm not so sure. I mean, if you say, are there like a question such as, are there atoms or are there objects or something, then evidence in favor and evidence against, I'm not so sure that it's at least not obvious. Let me put it that way. It's not obvious that evidence for either of these two claims is strong to the same extent. So I was wondering, first, self-defeating. Is it self-defeating, this kind of assertion of the skeptic that we can always find, right, opposing evidence that's strong? And second, is this an empirical claim? And is it true then?
Yeah, I want to respond to it. Actually, the Byronian skeptic, they will never make a claim about their principle. They will do it, but they will never make an assertion which will be self-defeating. The academic skeptic may be self-defeating when he says that I know that no knowledge is possible. Then whether his claim is included about what he says that this cannot be known. So Byronian skeptic is silent. We have to understand by what he is doing, not say taking any of his utterance as assertions, as the declaration of his principles. No, he does not assert anything. So he cannot be accused of being, say, self-contradiction or self-defeat. He is free from that.
Thank you, Dr. Borthakur. We do not have any more questions. We have one more question. Dr. Akwita.
Thank you, Borthakur, for your paper. I just have one question to ask. Well, I have many, but I'll ask only one specific question. You were talking about psychological skepticism with reference to epoche. You said psychological skepticism as an epoche, or other way around, you explain epoche as psychological skepticism. But if you go to the real meaning of epoche, which came from Husserl, epoche is not a psychological skepticism. Epoche is psychological reduction. So in what sense are you taking epoche? You are following this Husserlian term epoche, or are you building up some other argument? Because epoche is psychological reduction. It is different from psychological skepticism, and reduction and skepticism are totally different. Please, your remark.
Okay, I want to explain that I am not using the term psychological, say, skepticism. This is no psychological skepticism. It is the in the development of the stages of development to a matured skeptic. There is one psychological state when his mind is deeply entrenched in a state of, I say, suspension of judgment, and he finds peace of mind there. His aim is to find peace of mind, and by suspension of judgment, he gets it, not by reaching any truth. And say Husserlian sense of epoche and the skeptic sense of epoche are different. The skeptic never aims at theoria, Skeptic is not suspending judgment to concentrate what is given to consciousness. What is consciousness of this is not theoria, this is isotenia. This is on the suspension for the sake of suspension. It is not for the suspension for the sake of the discovered structure of consciousness. It is not for the phenomenological reduction or any kind of reduction to understand what is given to consciousness. So basically, fundamentally, they are different.
Thank you, Dr. Thakur. We will end this academic session here because it is time for the next session. I thank all the paper presenters, Dr. Vishnu Bora and Dr. Manju Sutia, Dr. Raja Rosenhagen, Dr. Paran Thakur. And thank you to Professor Natharaju and Assam University for giving me the opportunity to chair a session, an academic session, and to be a part of this session. Thank you. With this, I invite the chairperson for the next session, Professor SPC Chauhan from Assam University. Thank you. So, VC Thomas.
Yes, I am already here.
Yes. Please start with your lecture.
Are you Aquajam?
No, I am Shakuntala from Guwahati University. I am
Madam, please permit me to raise an issue which the last lady speaker raised. Okay, she said epoche is psychological reduction. Can you please get that, madam?
Yeah, it is to Dr. Akoiza.
Yes, I am ready with the paper.
I invite her to be here and respond to your query.
Madam, I am sorry to tell you very frankly, straight on the face, your contention that epoche is psychological reduction is completely wrong. Completely wrong. Please wait. Please wait. You please read Ideas 1, where Husserl speaks of epoche as merely suspension of all these positions. And to say reduction, aesthetic reduction, psychological reduction, and what is called transcendental reduction, they are very, very, very different. They are the third step. So your contention is wrong. Sorry, please read the text. Don't read X, Y, or Z. Please read Husserl himself. Then only you will understand it. X, Y, and Z, they are given very wrongly. Please excuse me for correcting you in the public. Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sir, please.
Can I start? Can I start, sir, now?
Sir, please start, sir.
Yeah. I don't know whether it is right on my side to ask whether there are any questions to be asked from yesterday's session, or shall I start with the new session altogether on Heidegger? I begin now, okay? I can't hear you at all. Your lips movement only I don't understand what you are trying to tell me. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I start with the second lecture, Heidegger's hermeneutic phenomenology. Well, I am trying to bring out certain things here, linking. I'm all through this lecture. I will tell you, Heidegger has got a lot of things to do with Husserl. Yesterday, I happened to tell you one thing. that Husserl happened to say in the class, phenomenology, that is Heidegger and myself. In relation to that, Heidegger happens to say this, my work, colon, substance is provided by Aristotle and Luther. Impulses are provided by Kierkegaard. And eyes are provided by Husserl. You can imagine how much of dependence they had in the early stages. Later on, they diverted from each other. That is a different issue. But at least in the early stages, especially, well, Husserl, Heidegger may not take, yes, Heidegger has said that being and time is dedicated to Husserl. Yes, that is true. Apart from that, there is nothing about Husserl in that particular work. But yet, work cannot be separated from what is called Husserl's writings. So I start with the Husserl's paper. I will take almost an hour to present my paper. Descriptive and hermeneutical phenomenology. Yesterday I spoke about descriptive phenomenology. Yet I continue with it a little more because I need descriptive phenomenology to jump into what is called hermeneutic phenomenology. Descriptive phenomenology. Descriptive and hermeneutic approaches to phenomenology are two prominent methods used in phenomenological research. While descriptive method refers exclusively to Husserl, whether it is static or genetic phenomenology, hermeneutic phenomenology refers exclusively to Heidegger's phenomenological method. What does Husserl mean by descriptive phenomenology? Phenomenologically, to describe is to recount, to delineate, to give details of one's personal experiences, and in every possible detail. The phenomenological research progresses by way of describing the phenomenon, remaining true to facts encountered in lived experiences. Phenomenology seeks to provide a description of constituents of consciousness, the structure of phenomenon apprehended and the structure of acts apprehended in them. To describe is neither to speculate, nor to make hypotheses, nor to conjecture. The aim of description is to arrive at the phenomenon without presupposition and preconception. It is to overcome relativism, historicism, and well-tensioned philosophies. In terms of description, Husserl wanted to arrive at a non-linguistic, non-formal, non-nomological, non-psychological, non-speculative governance of the phenomenon. What it means by the phenomenological study starts with the constructive, concrete description of lived experiences. In early static phenomenological studies, Husserl was concerned with the consciousness manifested in the experience of thinking, reflecting, imaging, recounting, recollecting, listening, and so on. Those experiences were circumscribed by cognitive experiences, showing a first-person experience studied in everyday language, devoid of abstract generalizations. And the genetic phase too, Husserl aims to at one's own subjectivity, leading to transcendental intersubjectivity. A little clarification is necessary here. In logical investigations, an important work of static phenomenology, Husserl had a pre-transcendental philosophy, a kind of realism, consciously employing anti-metaphysical and anti-transcendental method, describing phenomenon in its governance. And later on, in his ideas 1, and the remainder of static phenomenology, he gave this anti-metaphysical, anti-transcendental standpoint. However, in ideas 2 and 3 and Cartesian meditations and crisis of European sciences and transcendental phenomenology, he accepted several other concepts and major notions such as intersubjectivity, historicity, temporality, etc., which did not find favor in his early static period. But what does Heidegger mean by description? The core notion of phenomenology has never been remained the stationary or unchanged or even unchallenged. Every phenomenologist modified, revised, adapted all notions of phenomenology depending upon his thinking, circumstances, and ingenuity. From that point of view, Heidegger's understanding of hermeneutical description is very different from what Husserl means by description. Heidegger, in section 7c or page 59 of Being and Time, challenges a few notions central to Husserl's treatment or description. First of all, Heidegger points out that what would be the kind of phenomenology we are thinking about? Phenomenology cannot but be descriptive. That means it is necessarily descriptive. That being the case, Husserl's assertion that phenomenology is descriptive is tautology. Then what would Heidegger's kind of description? Heidegger qualified his own kind of description as hermeneutic, that is interpretative, and therefore he claims that his own kind of description is not a tautology. This means that there are two different kinds of descriptions according to Heidegger. Husserl's kind of description, which leads to tautology, and his own kind of description, which leads to interpretation, or in other words, hermeneutical. What are the characteristics of hermeneutical or interpretative description? It is indeed true that both Husserl and Heidegger concentrate their attention only on lived experiences. But there is an important major difference between them. While studying lived experiences, Husserl gives priority to cognitive dimensions and epistemological significances of experiences manifested in thinking, reflecting, recalling, recollecting, attending to, etc. However, Heidegger focuses on human conduct manifested in the experience of understanding, state of mind, that is called mood, or solicitude, concern, care, faith, temporality, finitude, etc. Heidegger's description of these and several others show that man, that is Dasein, is not merely a cognitive being as envisaged by Husserl. Rather, man's concrete existence is not separated from consciousness, and they are all an integral part of man's being in the world. What they show is that consciousness is not separated from man's being in the world, but rather consciousness is an east that enlevens everything connected with the science, that is being in the world. Heidegger also points out that the contention that phenomenology is a presuppositionless science is untenable. For every understanding implies what is called pre-understanding. Understanding and pre-understanding are a kind of seesaw whose fulcrum is Dasein. The more pre-understanding that we have, the better understanding that we gain, and vice versa. Heidegger describes the link between the two, pre-understanding and understanding, by way of the logic of implicit and explicit relationship. This implicit and explicit relationship can be seen in section 35 of Ideas 1. That which is implicit in terms of the more and better understanding can become explicit in case of further understanding. And in other words, our march towards greater and explicit understanding can become implicit understanding provided a further greater and better understanding arises. The basis for every present understanding is the previous understanding, which is now called pre-understanding. It means that the foundation for every pre-understanding is the earlier understanding. This is how the onward march of understanding, pre-understanding, and further understanding, still further pre-understanding, and great understanding progresses. Heidegger points out that understanding that leads to interpretation, phenomenology in general, and for that matter, various kinds of philosophies are a matter of interpretation. I give a long footnote here, which is not very relevant here. I look into the history of philosophy and I look into what is called various major ideas of starting from Plato to Hegel and Nietzsche. I point out all these are interpretations of some sort of human experiences. But I point out that all these philosophies, including Husserl, they were concerned with one or the other marginal experience of human being. But whereas Heidegger was concerned with the human being as a whole, that is called the aside. Now, out of the footnote, Husserl, it seems to me, hinted at that point, and we find him interpreting human cognitive epistemological experiences. However, there is no explicit statement regarding it. Husserl initially acknowledged that there are certain interpretative components present in all our intentional acts, but unfortunately, he did not take it forward. However, Husserl's insight into the theoretical content of interpretation is given in the sense of fulfillment and a practical orientation by Heidegger. In his hermeneutic phenomenology, thus linking the hermeneutic from the phenomenology of Husserl with the hermeneutic tradition which originates in the ancient Greece. Husserl's phenomenology deals with the things that appear to me through then saw himself. This is because when we see, the word see is used as an awareness of something that we see as something. It is a concrete seeing of something. For example, I see before me something which I understand as chair. Yesterday also I used that example. Chair, an equipment to sit down. I have interpreted the appearance of nature and structure of that equipment as chair to sit down on the basis of my awareness of it. This is because we see, that means we are aware of something. We see it as something. This is Husserl's Heidegger's as. And later on, we shall note that seeing something as something is the crux of hermeneutics. Interpretative phenomenology, this is the interpretative phenomenology of Heidegger. Interpretation, that is hermeneutic process, is a critical procedure of understanding. That is, it is self-questioning of understanding. Interpretation is self-questioning of understanding. That is, it is that which is meaning or understanding is clearly defined and clarified. It's a fruition of understanding. Interpretation is a process in which understanding as a project attains fulfillment of project. However, it must also be pointed out that interpretative process finds its fulfillment through hermeneutic circle, which is the sum and substance of implicit, explicit procedure of understanding. In other words, the methodology of understanding, pre-understanding, and further understanding can be summarized in one expression, hermeneutic circle. In my last article, in the Chetana issue, which many of you got it, I have given a diagram of hermeneutic circle there. I have not given anything here. From phenomenology to hermeneutic phenomenology. Right from the inception of phenomenological career, Husserl had rigorous and scrupulous study of consciousness expressed in acts of understanding, perceiving, recalling, recollecting, thinking, listening, and the like, which in a nutshell mean Husserl asserted the primordiality and primacy of human cognitive faculty. Although there are different phases of Husserl's phenomenology, static and genetic phenomenology, his concerns of consciousness did not diminish or decline or decrease at any time. It is because of this concern Husserl's phenomenology said to be a study of consciousness. At the static or early transcendental phase, he was concerned with the man as a knower. And at the same time, he pointed out that the cognitive dimension is rooted in man's transcendental dimension. Husserl's ingenuity consists in the fact that he had broadened the limit of cognitive and lived experiences and static phenomenology to human experiences in genetic phase. The discovery of lived experiences present in all modes of human existence speaks volume for the greatness of Husserl's phenomenological thinking, which now extends to several social sciences, natural sciences, cultural sciences, medical sciences, and so on. A classical motto of Husserl's phenomenology, Sud and Sahen, return to things referred to this broad domain of phenomenology. Heidegger constructed the hermeneutic phenomenology upon the fundamental contribution of Husserl's phenomenology, such as meaning, horizon, subjectivity, temporality, and the like. But Heidegger's analysis and treatment of them differed very much from Husserl. By exploiting the intricate logic of implicit-explicit relationship found in section 35 of Ideas 1, I referred to it a little while ago, Heidegger developed his notion of hermeneutic phenomenology, and in the light of it, studied his principal notions such as understanding, pre-understanding. The question that motivated Heidegger more than anything else was, what does being mean to me? Please note, other philosophers have asked the question, what is being? But phenomenology does not ask the question of what is being, rather it asks the question, what does being mean to me? That mean to me is very important. Heidegger's hermeneutic phenomenology is not concerned with the accurate description or precise elaboration of being, but it focuses on the situated, dialogical, interpretative, qualitative, precise being. Accuracy is not the major criterion of understanding or interpretation of being. Heidegger's phenomenology was hermeneutical right from the beginning. In Heidegger's understanding is not a tool for gaining knowledge or any cognitive enterprise, but Mole, അവിടെ നിന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. Hello? Husserl was committed to static phenomenology, both in the logical investigation and Ideas 1. Realizing the limitation of static phenomenology, when he completed Ideas 1, as well as Husserl shifted to genetic phenomenology in Ideas 2 and 3, and other works, Heidegger studied logical investigations, especially sixth investigation, because it is from there Husserl, Heidegger got the idea of notion of being there. He was the best. How does phenomenology become hermeneutical? Phenomenology becomes hermeneutical when it is pointed out that every form of human awareness is interpretative. This is also some and substance of claims that we humans are hermeneutical by nature. This claim was pushed to the zenith by Heidegger in his Being and Time, section 7c. Heidegger, in terms of the grasp of Greek and Latin languages, explained it etymologically as well, because hermeneutics is a methodological concern for him. Let us look at hermeneutic phenomenology from the point of view. Here, I give a little description of how do we do research. When we do research, we don't write down the first insight at all. We write it down, but we go on clarifying it, rewriting it, repeating it, and then we finally arrive at it. Then we finally arrive at it. So the encounter of the consciousness, the object. Consciousness needs to revise its stand repeatedly while being engaged with the object and over again. Consciousness needs to examine its status and re-examine its position with regard to the object. There may be need for consciousness to correct its position with respect to any object repeatedly. Every confrontation of consciousness with the object is an enrichment of consciousness. Every encounter between consciousness and the object is an explication, clarification, and elucidation of what was previously known of the object. Every encounter between the object and consciousness enhances and advances an experimental knowledge of knowledge. Husserl could have done all these things in his research in this matter. The final outcome of a cumbersome notions of transcendental ego, noesis, noema, reduction, temporality, etc., could not result from the very first draft of his writings on the basis of intuition, despite his strong intuition of intellectual illumination. He must have written down them repeatedly before finalizing them. And it is well known that he did not want to publish logical investigations immediately after writing it because he was of the opinion that he did not write the sixth investigation properly. What I wish to point out is that Husserl's research methodology does not take Husserl's research methodology does not take into consideration the long, tedious, and arduous process of doing research. Husserl correctly held phenomenological method demands transcendental reference and reference to an object itself. The way one research, I believe, is a transcendental reference. In the light of this research method, Husserl, let us look at Heidegger's formulation of his research methodology. Heidegger, logic of the implicit-explicit relation account for the hermeneutical phenomenological research method. Heidegger elaborated his research methodology where we need to explicate, clarify, interpret the previously known. There is no rejection of the previous position. The previous position is corrected, rectified, refined, and absorbed into the final position. This is the essence of hermeneutical phenomenological method. The previous pages of my present understanding, the previous stages of my present understanding in Heidegger's language is pre-understanding. And the present stage is called understanding. The present stage of understanding becomes pre-understanding when a new understanding comes, and then the new understanding, and then the previous understanding becomes pre-understanding. And all the previous understandings and together are now called pre-understanding in relation to further or to the next stage of understanding. This chain process of understanding, pre-understanding, and then understanding, then further understanding goes on endlessly. The present stage of my pre-understanding turns out to be the stepping stone towards to arrive at the next stage of understanding, which Husserl did not account for, whereas Husserl does account. In other words, Husserl failed to provide a transcendent reference to research methodology, as stated earlier. However, Heidegger does it. Husserl speaks only about the process of research at its beginning, whereas Heidegger accounts for the entire process of doing research. Heidegger's methodology does not reject Husserl's method, but brings into fulfillment and completion. Insofar as Heidegger, also like Husserl, but avoiding the intricate terminology of. In other words, my act of perceiving reveals not just the object, but to explicate several other aspects which are hidden in the object. Let me give an example here. After having discussed the principles of research methodology, both from Husserl's and Heidegger's point of view at some time. Let me give an example, because an example clarifies many things. I see a table. My present perception consists of both retention and pretension. This is what Husserl says. As Husserl would say, retention comes to the fore insofar as I'm aware that it was made up in a factory by some carpenters and with the help of some machines and equipment, brought out from the furniture shop, transported by a vehicle, and is brought to my room on payment. Potential will reveal as soon as I look at the table closely. I see it as a normal table with 4 legs and a broad top flank. Understand it's a usual normal working study table. I take further look at the table. I notice that it has a beautifully carved drawer. This is now a revelation for me, some sort of fulfillment of my potential. Then I notice that table has arrangements to keep place to keep monitor, keyboard, motherboard, printer of the computer. On further look, I notice that the table is made up of rosewood. What it all means is this: what is revealed in potential is an explication of what is already implicit within the table. And insofar as it is an explication of what is already implicit in the table, explicitation of what is implicit is an instance of hermeneutic phenomenological principles. In other words, my act of perceiving reveals not just the object, but also explicate several other things which are hidden or implicit in the object. And every perception, every intentional act has 2 dimensions: the Husserlian phenomenological dimension that discloses the object, and the Heideggerian hermeneutical phenomenology aspect, which is explication of what is already implicit in the object. In other words, perception, and for that matter, every intentional act explicates the content which are already implicit in it during hermeneutical phenomenological analysis. To conclude this part of discussion, Husserl's notion of perception, horizon, and the like leads to explicate what is already implicit. However, this conception was not present in Husserl's static phenomenology. It appeared only in the genetic phenomenology in his Cartesian methods in 1936, much after the publication of Being and Time in 1936. One favorite terminology of Husserl, I mean, there is a little long discussion is there on all that. I'll skip all that. The meaning of hermeneutics. The meaning is not something that Dasein imposes upon the object. The way in which yesterday we saw Husserl's transcendental ego imposes meaning upon Noema. Dasein discovers meaning or recognizes meaning by way of dialogue. That means meaning is that of a text, and I interpret the text. The interpretative context, sometimes Dasein assigns meaning to something, and sometimes on some occasions Dasein recognizes meaning. When I say interpret, for example, a statue, for example, a sculptor will, somebody asked a sculptor, how do you find beautiful statues in this piece of rock? The sculptor's answer was that I don't discover that meaning. It is already there. I only have to give an explication of what is already there. This is what happens. Meaning arises in the dialogical context. Dialogue, as Heidegger writes in Kant and the problem of metaphysics, is something in which I give up something of my cherished meanings and valuable views and accept some meanings which are not my own. And consequently, Heidegger remarks that dialogue is injurious to one's understanding as well. But I recognize meaning or what part of tradition which I retained and assign meanings to that which is tradition. It was Husserl who spoke about assigning a meaning to noema. Yesterday I spoke about it. Heidegger followed Husserl's phenomenological insight, but Heidegger was not a phenomenologist simpliciter. He was concerned with existence, human existence for that matter, committed to hermeneutic phenomenology and devoted to fundamental ontology to study the various dimensions of human existence. It is an ontological approach that enables Heidegger to say Dasein recognizes meaning of a text, that is tradition. I have recognized the meaning of a tradition. I appropriate it, having appropriated a meaning. Dasein, assigns meaning similar to the context. Dasein cannot assign meaning to tradition arbitrarily or in an offhand manner. Meanings are assigned and appropriated depending upon the demands of the situation, necessities of culture, requirements of belief, and historical inevitability and the like. Although meanings concern the assign primarily, the communicated aspect cannot be ignored. Meanings are also recognized by the opening aversions to what others say and do. If I blindly follow others, then I fall into the trap of they, the dustmen, and thereby become inauthentic. Hence, I need to arrogate meanings given by others and make them my own, and thereby establishing minus, in quotes, minus, and I say quotes because it is a Heideggerian terminology, and done by an appropriation of the entire authenticity. The meaning of a text is not external to the text, yet meaning is not identical with the text. There are several text quotations in Husserl, especially in his logical investigations, where he points out that meaning is identical with the text or essence. But there are also texts where Husserl points out that meaning are not identical with the essence. Yesterday I happened to speak about that. The meaning of a text is not external to the text, yet meaning is not identical with the text either. This has reference to Husserl. Had it been so, the text would have been able to bear multiple meanings. Meaning is that it emerges from the text when Dasein gets into a dialogue with the text. Only Dasein can enter into a dialogue with the text, and Dasein's meaning of a text is the dialogical context. Hence, meaning cannot be said to be prior or independent or posterior to the text of a dialogue. Meaning implies a particular understanding of the Dasein, expressed in the way interpretation of the text. Insofar as meaning involves project inbuilt in understanding, meaning is that in terms of which intelligibility of Dasein is worked out. This Dasein which projects meaningfulness to the text on account of its understanding. This understanding is not a cognitive activity or an acquisition of knowledge. Meaningfulness operates through the relationship between understanding and interpretation. For Dasein interprets only that which is meaningful to it. Hermeneutic phenomenology enables Heidegger to discover meaning in that which is said to be meaningless when by the phenomenologist. Here I have in my mind what Sartre said about death. Death is the most meaningless phenomenon. But Heidegger will say death is a meaningful phenomenon. Why does Heidegger say that? Because of hermeneutic phenomenology. This indicates the ontological ground of meaningfulness. Meaning is not something that Dasein imposes or the text as the transcendental ego imposes meaning upon the noema. In the context of hermeneutic phenomenology, meaning springs from the context of dialogue of Dasein and the text tradition. What we interpret is the text is the text is the lived experience of Dasein. The lived experience is the experience of the tradition. When we understand it, there seems to be something wrong.
No, Professor, we're fine. Please go ahead. No, it's fine.
Yeah.
Please go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay. The meaningfulness is not something that imposes upon the text, as tradition, transcendental ego imposes meaning upon the noema. In the context of hermeneutic phenomenology, meaning springs from the text, the context of dialogue of the assign and the text. meaning is that account which is intelligibility is maintained. Meaning has important role to play. What we interpret is the text, and the text is a lived experience. The lived experience is the experience of tradition. When we understand the meaning of lived experience as a text, the lived experience, the text opens its meaning by way of interpretation of the text. Phenomenological elucidation deals with the meaning of a lived experience. When I interpret a text, three things happen. One, the assign interprets the text because the assign is the meaning. The assign is the meaning, because meaning of the text. Second, text interprets itself. That is, the text assumes various possibilities of meaning. Three, and it is because of the text interprets itself, the opening up of different kinds of meanings are possible. Three, the text interprets the interpreter. That means I, as interpreter, see myself in a new person. Hermeneutic considers not only what is interpreted, the text, the tradition, the lived experience, but also the role of the interpreter as well. And hence, the process of interpretation is a process of self-appropriation. Appropriation thus creates an intricate relationship between the so-called the objective and subjective dimensions of interpretation. Interpretation opens up many openings. There is no strict rule and regulation for interpretation of hermeneutic. It is not a rigorous rule-based science. It's a process, an art, and as an art, it indicates essential characteristic of the science. Is Heidegger dependent on Husserl for developing hermeneutic phenomenology? Phenomenology of Husserl originates in logical investigation, where there is a predominance of anti-metaphysical, anti-rationalist, anti-transcendental viewpoint. It works out the realist phenomenology. In Ideas 1, Husserl changed his viewpoint, accepting transcendental phenomenology. All these two works were the static phenomenology, realizing the limitations of static phenomenological method in Ideas 2 and 3. Husserl accepted the genetic phenomenology and later on followed this method, the Cartesian meditations and crisis of European sciences. Heidegger read and studied logical investigations, especially investigation 6 here. In fact, I would put it like this. Heidegger got the notion of what is called meaning, excess, categorical meaning from there, which categorical meaning Husserl interprets as meaning, but whereas Heidegger interprets it as being. Look at the way in which the Heidegger got the notion of being. Heidegger read and studied logical investigation. He also read Ideas 2 and 3 at the manuscript level. He also studied Ideas 2 and 3 and delivered a number of seminars on that before he wrote his Being and Time. The phenomenology, logical investigation, we find Husserl speaking of conscious act like perception, thinking, recalling, recollecting, attending, etc., devoid of abstract generalization and without referring to transcendental subjectivity. Let us look at consciousness in relation to perception as an example. The first point is to be noted is that consciousness does not have any atomic elements as believed by Hume. In it, which can be segregated and separated. Secondly, consciousness consists of certain inbuilt potentialities which are implicit in consciousness. Conscious acts and explicating acts. Conscious acts are explicating acts. Conscious acts are explicating acts, unfolding what was already implicit in it. It is explication of potentialities inbuilt in the interpretation process. Thirdly, the analysis of consciousness must be unfold implicit structures, explicating the structural integration of it means that intentionality contains a plus, and this plus is what is understood by Husserl in one sense as meaning, and this plus is understood by Heidegger as being in another sense, the context. So this is where the real beginning of Husserl's phenomenology, and that's something more than what is precisely it says. And it is here that Husserl's notion of horizon becomes very important. Husserl also goes on to say that perception was directly and immediately grasped the object. And the object before was discovered. Perception is not merely grasping the object as such, a present before my devoid of horizon. Perception is not merely grasp, sense, rather perception is capturing the object with its horizon. What does horizon mean? What it means is that that which is unknown, that which is known can lead us beyond the unknown, forcing us the unknown to reveal itself, to disclose itself. And it is that content, that known. Thus, unknown is situated in the horizon of the known. So forcing the known to reveal the horizon means compelling the unknown to open itself. This is done by means of various human efforts. Let me give an example here again. Consider the example of the famous scientist J.J. Thomson discovered the structure of atom. For centuries together, people believed that the atom is the final particle of matter, devoid of any further composition. On the basis of the elucidation of Husserl's notion of, but whereas Thomson could discover that atom is composed of electron, proton, and neutron, that means atom revealed its horizons. On the basis of this, and this revealing of horizon continues even the larger all-round experiment which was conducted recently in this border. So it is there in everything. On the basis of the elucidation also, Husserl's treatment of consciousness, perception, the light of explication of the notion of horizon, let us look at the notion of elucidation of hermeneutic phenomenology. Hermeneutic phenomenology consists in rendering explicit what was already implicit, what was already understood. I'm sorry. Hermeneutic phenomenology has to deal with the text in the broadest sense. A text in the Heideggerian sense means that which can speak to us. In as much as a written statement can speak to us, a monument, a mountain, a poem, a bird, an invitation card, for that matter, anything can speak to us. Only on the condition that we have a patience to listen to them. We have willingness to pay attention to them. We must be ready to hear them. We must have a receptive attitude, a sympathetic perspective, a sense of a sensitive outlook towards them. We must pay attention to what they tell us, what we hear. What we hear from them constitutes the text. Text is what we have heard. And I believe this is the origin of the Vedas. That which is Vedas means that is Shruti, that which is heard. So it is from there we get it. When we understand them, we raise our questions, queries, doubts, problems. That is why we get into dialogue with the text. The dialogue gives me an opportunity for understanding better. The earlier understanding, let us call it understanding one, that which enables me to arrive at the understanding is called pre-understanding. The light of that which is pre-understanding, I can become more, I can move towards a better understanding. Let us call it understanding two. When I question the text further for a better understanding, great understanding, then let us call it understanding three. When understanding one and two becomes pre-understanding with respect to understanding three. Thus, there is a lot of process going on in the moment of pre-understanding. In terms of the chain of understanding, pre-understanding, and further understanding, what happens is this: that which is implicit is made explicit, that which is vague is made clear, that which is implied is made explicated, that which is hinted is made plain, that which is ambiguous is made clear. Does this not show hermeneutic phenomenology follow closely Heidegger's treatment of horizon? What Husserl said in terms of consciousness and its horizon is vague and implicit, and is further elaborated, explicated, and clarified by Heidegger's notion of hermeneutic phenomenology. Let me bring in some textual evidences from Husserl's Ideas 1. It is from section 35, Ideas 100 and pages 118-19. Let me quote the text from Ideas 1. I quote, at one time, the experience is, so to speak, explicitly aware of its objective contents, at other, implicitly and merely potential. Quotation closed. I wish to discuss three state terms here, explicit, implicit, and potential, given the Husserl's test. Husserl speaks of implicit, explicit relation and also potential possibilities. Potential possibilities are now or currently implicit and they become explicit later on. The fact that Heidegger made use of these terminologies from Ideas 1 show some kind of relation of hermeneutic phenomenology for Heidegger to the transcendental phenomenology of Husserl. One more text is there, I shall not go into that. Why hermeneutic phenomenology at all? I think this is the last section that I have. Hermeneutic phenomenology hermeneutic phenomenology projects the being of the assigned, which cuts open concealment under which the assigned being is buried by the public interpretation of the assigned by the Dasman. In fact, the assigned kind of being demands that any ontological interpretation which sets itself the goal of exhibiting phenomena would capture the being of the assigned. The existential analysis, therefore, has the character of doing violence, as Heidegger pointed out in his Kant and Problem Metaphysics. While this characteristic is specifically distinctive of ontology of the assigned, it belongs to any interpretation. What it means is this: for Heidegger, hermeneutic project is the counter movement to existential fallenness. The assigned tends to drift outside of proper self-understanding and interpretation in the light of public understanding. It tends to subservient to the most profound personal responsibilities in terms of they, that's men. The kind of personal responsibilities in terms of obviousness or the them, that's men. The task of hermeneutic is to counter this existential breakaway. While referring to hermeneutic phenomenology, the reverse movement of fallenness at the grip of the aside is to recover from the authentic Dasein. So authentic hermeneutic phenomenology aims to recover the authentic being of the Dasein. Thank you very much. Any discussions?
I now request online, offline participants to put their questions in the chat box. And before you can do that, you have a couple of minutes to do that. Anybody wants to, offline questions also? Sir, I have, before there are questions in the chat box, couple of questions from the students, which as part of yesterday's discussion after your talk. There was one more discussion in the seminar about applied phenomenology. So your thoughts on there is that philosophical phenomenology and applied phenomenology. What was meant in that is, can phenomenology offer anything of value to positive sciences in terms of transcendental reduction or epoch, how you pronounce?
Okay.
Its role in social sciences. Sorry, sir. And humanities is something like psychology, sociology, anthropology. So the discussion was whether Husserl's phenomenological method has anything to offer to the positive sciences, or is it only philosophical phenomenology. Your reflections, please.
Yes, I'm very happy that you raised this issue. Husserl's phenomenology is used in 36 disciplines. Do you know this? 36 disciplines. And Husserl himself delivered lectures on phenomenology of history, phenomenology of anthropology, phenomenology of sociology. And we have a large number of books on phenomenological sociology. There is one professor in Pondicherry University who is doing phenomenological sociology. One of my friends by name Dr. Bharani in the psychology department is doing phenomenological psychology. So that way phenomenology is used in a lot of natural sciences. Do you know that Dr. Prasanjit in Northeastern Hilly University is supposed to be a good scholar in phenomenology and natural sciences? Although Husserl at that time, during his lifetime, he was not very happy to use the terminology in the phenomenology and natural sciences. Phenomenology is used in medical science, for example, in nursing, for example, in geriatric sciences, for example. Now, all these things, phenomenology is used. In fact, let me tell you, I'm sorry for making my little biographical. In Pondicherry, we have a chapter of Indian Medical Association. I delivered lectures for them on phenomenology of ill health. I also delivered lectures on phenomenology of health. All these kind of things. Phenomenology is used. After all, what is phenomenology? Phenomenology is to make that phenomenon one's own lived experience. And when it is made one's own lived experiences, well, one's reflections upon that. For example, let me give an example. One of the lady professors whom I know from abroad, she fell very seriously ill. She went to a medical doctor. Doctor treated her as an object, as he treats everybody's patient. But the lady was very, very interesting. She started reflecting upon her own illness. She came out with a wonderful paper on the phenomenology of suffering of that particular individual. So phenomenology means it is subjective analysis of the particular phenomenon, the lived experience. So from that viewpoint, a sociological phenomenon is looked into as a subjective phenomenon, then you write it. Heidegger, in fact, Jaspers, I don't know whether you are aware of Jaspers as a great phenomenologist. He has got a book called Phenomenology of History. Phenomenology is used in 36 different disciplines. So that way, it is natural sciences, social sciences, medical sciences, dental sciences, geriatric sciences, in all possible sciences it is used. Thank you. Anything else?
In continuation of this discussion, in applied phenomenology, then what would be the role?
Phenomenology?
In applied phenomenology, like in sociology or this thing, what would be the role of transcendental reduction there? What could be the role there? Because there is a contention in one of the papers of Zahavi, I believe, that he's questioning this.
Yeah, let me ask. Well, I gave you the example of this lady professor who had this paralytic attack. She had this particular medical problem. She was under treatment for about 6 years. The phenomenon of paralysis she had. Thereafter, she started reflecting upon her own experiences. Transcendental ego does not mean something very big affair somewhere. It is I myself transcendental ego. That is Husserlian terminology. Whereas Heidegger will say Dasein, or to be precise, human Dasein. Sartre will say the for itself. All these expressions are different, but they all mean the individual concerned with the particular phenomenon is the transcendent. He reflects upon his own experience, his own personal experience. The transcendent ego means the individual reflects upon his own personal experiences. then he becomes what? He is the transcendental ego. Transcendental ego does not mean, Dr. Rajulu, you are the transcendental ego in this context of discussion, right? So that way it is transcendental ego does not mean some sort of ego like a Freudian ego, something like that, not at all. Each individual is a transcendental ego from the Husserlian point of view. Each individual is a Dasein from the Heideggerian point of view. Each individual is what is called a forester from the Sartrean point of view. Each individual is a self from the Kierkegaardian point of view or from the Marxian point of view. So for that matter, it is I myself discussing it. Right?
Thank you, Professor. Here is a question in the chat box for you by Nanglen Mithai Changtam. You know him, our research scholar in this department. What, according to Heidegger, is the most basic element? Is it the hermeneutic interpretations or existence, Dasein? Which is primary, bro?
Well, Dasein interprets. Dasein interprets. There is no interpretation possible without Dasein. I hope you got it. So Dasein and what does Dasein interpret? To put it in Heideggerian terminology or a little while early, Dasein is a transcendental ego which is interpreting its own experiences. Follow? It is both are equally important. Both are equally basic.
Nanglen continues and says that, is there still ambiguity in Heidegger's explanation of Dasein? Can we actually clearly define and understand Dasein, or he goes on giving different definitions?
When Heidegger uses the word understanding, I think, the English translation has created a problem. The German terminology is Verstehen. Verstehen means stand underneath. That is, let me use the unwanted terminology here, the substratum of understanding. That is what understanding means. What is substratum of understanding? It is my way of dealing with it does not mean what to be cognitive understanding that we are talking about. Understanding is a project that I have. So understanding does not mean what we ordinarily mean by understanding in English terminology. And the English terminology has created such a terrible problem for the English-speaking people. That is why I will always say, to have a grasp of phenomenology, a little bit of knowledge of German language is good.
What is the precise position of phenomenologists on the unlived experience of humans? What can be their explanation on the unlived experience of
unlived experiences? Moksha is not part of phenomenology, so don't bring it here. Don't just. Is there any unlived experience, inexpressible, uninterpreted experiences, only the existence as part of just the existence? Do they ever consider any unlived experience which is not prone for interpretation or?
For example, I am following my bald. It could be an unlived experience. But on the other hand, when I speak reflectively on what you are asking me, well, it is a lived experience. Follow. There are, for example, well, I read my book and I eat just, spontaneously I eat. I don't reflect. Unreflectively I eat. It is an unlived experience. But on the other hand, what I read, study, they are all lived experiences. I fall ill. My experience of pain is a lived experience. My experience of pain, my experience of listening to music for hours together, enormous, fully involved in it, it's a lived experience. But on the other hand, for a person who is not involved, not interested in experience, it is what is it's a nonsense for him. So for that matter, well, of course, there are unlived experiences for individuals. Well, absolutely no problem at all.
Yes. Is that okay, Dr. Rajan?
Yeah.
Okay.
One thing is that
That's obviously. I mean, phenomenologists are not interested in analytic philosophy. Again, this is one research scholar, Dr. Rajan from Indore, IIT Indore. He says, I mean, a kind of interface between analytic philosophy and phenomenology. I said, phenomenologists would be very angry at all that.
Well, no, I disagree with that. There are a number of books on phenomenology and analytical philosophy. There are a number of, for example, Wittgenstein's several texts have been taken out by the phenomenologists and they have looked at it from a phenomenological point of view. I think you are referring to Sanjit, right? Sanjit.
You're a friend of Sanjit or somebody? No.
Sanjit or Ubendra, ask him. Ubendra or Sanjit, they both are known to me because all these people are somehow connected with the phenomenology society.
Dr. Rajan, postdoc at Indore IIT, a BHU graduate. Yesterday again, sir, as after your paper, we had a discussion, couple of faculty members, Dr. Munmohan Chakravarti, and again we said we will pose this question to you today. Is it correct to say that epoche or transcendental reduction are essential in Husserl's phenomenology? Very essential. Again, I add one more. Epoche and transcendental reduction are very essential. If so, what has happened to the followers of Husserl? Have they taken it for granted? Have they bracketed it altogether? Have they bracketed Husserl's methodology? What is the response?
Very interesting question. You ask a question, is it very essential for phenomenology? Whose phenomenology? I will ask you that question, whose phenomenology? If you are going to do phenomenology from the Husserlian point of view, transcendental reduction is absolute for Husserl. You cannot do transcendental phenomenology or Husserlian phenomenology without reduction. But whereas, if you are thinking of Heidegger's phenomenology, reduction is not a. Yet Heidegger makes use of the terminology called reduction. Heidegger makes use of what is called reduction. And I will go to one next further. I have given put it in my writings too. Heidegger starts where Husserl left out. That means Heidegger takes it for granted that what Husserl said in the reduction is correct. Although Husserl does not question it or anything of that kind, Husserl is silent on that. Heidegger is silent on that. But when it comes to Sartre, Sartre goes on to say, I am opening up the brackets. I am opening up the brackets. Merleau-Ponty is absolutely silent. So it all depends, the question depends upon each individual. Yes, it is absolutely essential with respect to Husserlian phenomenology. It is not required with respect to Heidegger, Sartre, or Merleau-Ponty, or Jaspers, or anybody of that kind.
In continuation of that, how do we actually interpret or understand Husserl's statement that my student Heidegger has not understood me properly well?
Well, that is precisely because of that Heidegger did not take into consideration Husserl's transcendental reductions. It is because of that, because Husserl thinks that look, phenomenology cannot be done without reductions. But Heidegger has been able to do phenomenology, and mind you, from Husserl's own starting points. Logical investigation number 6. Sixth investigation. Well, the categorical meaning. That is a starting point of being. Heidegger has been able to do it. That means I look at it like this. I would put it like this: to do phenomenology, one does not require what is called phenomenological reduction. Husserl was not very correct in insisting that look, phenomenological reduction is absolutely a must for doing phenomenology. Right.
Thank you, sir. Anybody, any other chat things? Otherwise, I can, sir. Dr. Munmoon, one last observation, sir, then we can thank you. Dr. Munmoon Chakravarti is assistant professor in this department, philosophy department. She says, give some examples of same, I mean, it was the first question. Give some examples how we can apply phenomenology in psychology and medical sciences. Probably you answered it already.
Yeah, may I request her to read what is called Husserl's own writing on phenomenological psychology. That book is available. I'm sure that book is available in your library too. Phenomenological psychology. It is about 200 pages. It is a good book. Please, I mean, she will understand things from Husserl's own point of view. I don't want to give an explanation. And for that matter, let me say, since you asked me introduction to medical phenomenology of medicine, well, may I request her to read that book? It's a little bulky book, Introduction to Phenomenology of Medicine. I don't want to give any explanation. I'm sure that book may be available in your department. Otherwise, it is available on interlibrary loan scheme from National Library, Calcutta. Beautiful books. Or why all that? Now all books are available from the internet. Well, if she can write to me, I can give the details, author and publication, everything.
Oh, yeah.
That is one thing.
So, thank you so much. I mean, 2 days here.
I want to say 2 or 3 things.
Please,
First
please.
of all, I express my most sincere thanks and heartfelt gratitude to you and the department in general for giving me this opportunity and speak of what is called Dr. Gautam Biswas once again. Because he was a budding phenomenologist. As I told you, his phenomenology book, Art as Freedom. That's a it is I mean, I think some of you must read that book and know. Secondly, I thank you very much for all the personal things. Second thing which I want to say is this. If anyone of you is doing phenomenology in your place, please join what is called Center for Phenomenological Studies. Chomdam is there. He will help you. Nothing to, no membership, nothing. Ours is like a doctor without borders. We accept anybody and everybody provided. There is, tell us that you must be doing PhD. And will write to us saying that I am working on such as a topic. We are not interested in that. We want to know whether that person is doing phenomenology or at least interested in phenomenology. Then we do it. Third thing, if anyone of you is interested in subscribing our journal, you got it. I had to send it to you. Yes, in case anyone of you is interested in that, please write a letter to us. We will send it by, I mean, we don't charge anything. And interesting thing is this, we are trying to provide what is called reading and study material, both for teachers and students by writing on themes. For example, the very first issue was on phenomenological ethics. We had 6 papers. The second issue is on phenomenology of Heidegger. Next issue is going to be on, which will be coming shortly because the last issue got delayed because of ISSN number and things like that. And that's why it is mentioned in June. Our issues are going to be in the month of June and January. And next issue is going to be on lived experience of various kinds of things. So if anybody is interested to study, have an in-depth study of what is called lived experience, please subscribe to the journal. Free of charge, you will get it. Please. And well, I'm sure in your department, there will be people working on phenomenology. Thank you very much once again for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Dr. Natarajan.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And we will, I will tell Nanglen Mitai to immediately subscribe. By tomorrow or day after, we will subscribe to your journal, and we'll be in touch with you, Professor. And faculty and research scholars interested will be obviously told to join your Center for Phenomenological Studies. We'll do this, Professor. So thank you so much. I mean, for your 2 days lectures and interaction, and students and scholars and faculty have obviously benefited in clarifying their understandings on phenomenology. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
തീർന്നേ.
Our next session will be chaired by Professor Raghunath Ghosh, and we will wait few minutes for the chairman to join the Zoom link. Yeah. looking more younger and different. Am I correct? Anybody? Welcome, sir. Welcome. Namaste.
नमस्ते 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 जी
10 मिनट आप एक 10 मिनट सर एक 10 मिनट्स प्रोफेसर चौहान जी उनका एज चेयर पास्ट सेशन का चेयर रहा प्रोफेसर बीसी थॉमस जी ने फिनोमेनोलॉजी पे बात किया एक 10 मिनट्स चौहान सर के रिफ्लेक्शन के बाद आपका सेशन स्टार्ट होगी सर थैंक यू सर
नहीं ऑन है ऑन है ऑन है
थैंक यू वेरी मच। जैसा कि सर ने बताया कि मैं पिछले 17 साल से सर के साथ में और शादी के पहले तक लंच या डिनर में एक चीज कॉमन और उससे पहले अच्छी खासी बातचीत। मैं एक बात और कहना चाहता हूँ जिस तरह सर ने प्रश्न उठाया मैं साइंस का विद्यार्थी रहा हिस्ट्री पढ़ी भी और पढ़ाई भी सिविल सर्विस के प्रोसेस में तैयारी में मैं हिंदी में आ गया और फिलोसफी वहाँ एक ऑप्शन सब्जेक्ट था मेरा आना ना आना चांस की बात है। तो इस तरह एक कहावत है ना जैक इन ऑल मास्टर इन नन वो कुछ मेरे ऊपर लागू होता है। पुरोहितवाद जो बेसिक चीज है पुरोहितवाद का मतलब कोई कास्ट नहीं पुरोहितवाद का मतलब है कि धर्म के नाम पर जो कर्मकांड है उसको जो लोग व्यवसाय बना लेते हैं वो पुरोहितवाद है और हर धर्म में है। और मेरा एक फार्मूला है पुरोहितवाद प्लस पॉलिटिकल पावर इज इक्वल टू आतंकवाद। हर जगह चाहे आप तालिबान को ले लें चाहे यूरोप में एक लंबे समय तक जो युद्ध चला धर्म को लेकर के उसको ले लें कहीं पर भी। और पुरोहितवाद का संबंध न ईश्वरवाद से है न धर्म से है किसी से नहीं है वो केवल ईश्वर का नाम धर्म का नाम लेकर के जो मैकेनिज्म पैदा होता है आम जनता को आप देखिए यहाँ जितने भी बापू लोग हैं टीवी पर आते रहते हैं उनकी शक्लें देखिए जरा उनके बात करने के अहंकार का ढंग देखिए जरा और उनकी भीड़ देखिए जरा जिसमें 90% गांव की अनपढ़ महिलाएं होती हैं। तो वो किस तरह की मतलब एक कबीर का बहुत अच्छा दोहा है कि जाका गुरबी अंदला चेला खरा निरंद्र और अंधे अंधा ठेलियां दोनों ही खूब पड़न। तो हिंदुस्तान में जो धार्मिक समारोह होते हैं उनकी कुछ ऐसी ही दुर्गति है। तो मेरा संदर्भ उसी से है पुरोहितवाद का मतलब उस तरह नहीं है जिस तरह के लोग सामान्य रूप से समझते हैं। और मेरा फिर भी मानना ये है कि हिंदुस्तान में जितनी भी खास करके जातिवाद आजकल कहते हैं ना आज के समय में जातिवाद बहुत बड़ी समस्या ऑफ कोर्स है। जब तक हिंदुस्तान में जातिवाद नहीं जाएगा ये हिंदुस्तान कभी भी आधुनिक नहीं हो सकता। लेकिन जातिवाद का जो जन्म देने वाला तत्व है पुरोहितवाद और हर समाज में अपने अपने तरीके से वो जातिवाद पैदा करते हैं। तो उसको बहुत बारीकी से बहुत जनरलाइज तरीके से मैं कहता हूँ मैं उस तरह नहीं कहता जैसा कि लोग जनरल समझते हैं ऐसा। ये बात मेरी खत्म हो गई जिसमें मुझे कुछ नहीं कहना। दूसरी बात कि बचपन से ही जब मैं बहुत छोटी क्लास में था 5th में 6th में 8th में तो कुछ हमें ऐसा वातावरण मिला कुछ बचपन में ही मैंने काफी कुछ इंडियन फिलोसफी पढ़ी और खास करके संतों को बहुत पढ़ा चाहे वो महात्मा गांधी का दर्शन रहा हो या विवेकानंद का रहा हो या स्वामी रामतीर्थ का रहा हो जे कृष्णमूर्ति का रहा हो स्वामी शरणानंद का रहा हो ये मैंने अप टू 10th क्लास पढ़ लिए थे। और उस उम्र में जो हम पढ़ते हैं वो एक गहरी अंडरस्टैंडिंग पैदा करते हैं। और सर के साथ रहते हुए मैं वेस्टर्न फिलोसफी की ये तमाम चीजें सुनता पढ़ता हूँ समझता हूँ। इसके साथ ही एक बहुत बड़े ऐसे हिंदुस्तान की बहुत बड़ी विशेषता है कि हमसे अगर पूछा जाए कि भारतीय संस्कृति में वो कौन सा तत्व है जो यहाँ एक कंटिन्यूटी को बनाए रखता है और उसका और जो भारतीय समाज में सहिष्णुता को बनाए रखता है तो उसके कारण है संतों की एक लंबी परंपरा वैदिक काल से लेके आज तक एक लंबी परंपरा संतों की है। वो सभी संत न तो पुरोहितवादी हैं और ना ही वो किसी वादी हैं वो केवल अपने जीवन में ईश्वर प्रेम को लेकर के उन्होंने जो उपलब्धि प्राप्त की है वो आम जनता में उसको बांटना चाहते हैं। नाम अलग अलग है, ढंग अलग अलग है, पूरे हिंदुस्तान के हर क्षेत्र में ऐसा मिल जाएगा। ये बात और उन्होंने कोई धर्म नहीं चलाया। ये बात है कि उनके नाम पर खाने कमाने वाले आगे चल के धर्म चला लेते हैं। तो वो सब पढ़ने समझने के बाद, इसी तरह इटावा में संत स्वामी शरणानंद जी, जिनका मानव सेवा संघ वृंदावन है, उनकी एक बहुत छोटी सी पुस्तक है, वो पढ़िए आप। उसका नाम है मूक सत्संग नित्य योग। मतलब विराट चेतना की अभिव्यक्ति हर जगह मौजूद है, उसको पाने के लिए आपको मौन रहना सीखना होगा। मौन रहना भी सहजता के साथ, वो कोई मैकेनिज्म नहीं है। और जैसे जैसे आप मौन होते चले जाएंगे, आप विराट चेतना से भी जुड़ते जाएंगे और ज्ञान से भी जुड़ते जाएंगे। तो जो ये उसकी एक अपनी एक प्रोसेस है, और वो एक सहजता के साथ एक अवस्था है वो। और वो ऐसा व्यक्ति जो अनपढ़ था और चंबल के किनारे 14-15 साल उसने अपने हिसाब से, वो न किसी मैकेनिज्म को नहीं मानते थे, उन्होंने किसी को चेला भी नहीं बनाया, कभी गुरु भी नहीं बने। वो कहते कोई किसी का गुरु नहीं हो सकता। जो आदमी अपना गुरु नहीं है वो किसी का गुरु न चेला बन सकता है न गुरु बन सकता है। तो बहुत क्रांतिकारी रहे हो, और आंखों से अंधे थे, तो दुनियादारी से भी ज्यादा वाकिफ नहीं रहे। तो वो मुझे पढ़ने को मिला जब मैं इंटर में पढ़ता, समझने को मिला। हमसे कोई मिले नहीं। उनकी एक फॉलोअर थी प्रोफेसर देवती जी, उनसे जरूर हमारी मुलाकात हुई। उनका लिटरेचर आपको इंटरनेट पर उपलब्ध है, स्वामी शरणानंद जी महाराज का। वो सब पढ़ने के बाद हम देखते हैं कि चाहे वेस्टर्न फिलोसफी हो चाहे इंडियन फिलोसफी हो, कहीं कोई अंतर ही नहीं है। पर्टिकुलर कुछ टेक्निकल टर्म को लेके अभी बात चलेगी, डिडक्शन की मैं सुन रहा था, मैं मुस्कुरा रहा था। अरे भाई, अपने आप तो अनासक्त की बात कही गई है, टोटली डिटैच होना। जब तक आप इंद्रियों से, अभी सबने पूछा क्वेश्चन कि मोक्ष के बाद लिविंग का, तो मुझे हंसी आई। कबीर का एक बड़ा अच्छा दोहा है, हेरत हेरत हे सखी मैं तो गई हराए, बूंद समानी समुद्र में सो कत हेरी जाए। एक्चुअली एक्सपीरियंसेस तो इंद्रियों से होते हैं, स्थूल शरीर, फिर सूक्ष्म शरीर, फिर कारण शरीर, और इससे भी अब ऊपर निकल गए तो एक्सपीरियंस करेंगे किससे? तो जवाब मौजूद है अपनी ट्रेडिशन में। उस तरह विदेशी लोग पढ़ने लिखने में, वेस्टर्न फिलॉसफी वाले बड़े ईमानदार होते हैं, और उनकी जो अंडरस्टैंडिंग होती है उसमें कहीं गड़बड़ नहीं है। यहाँ प्रॉब्लम क्या है, यहाँ कोई भी संत या महात्मा या कोई विद्वान जैसे जय कृष्णमूर्ति वगैरह, वो अपने हिसाब से चीजों को समझते हैं, इंटरप्रेट करते हैं, और बाद में उनके फॉलोअर्स जो हैं उसको धता बता करके अपना धंधा शुरू कर देते हैं, और ये शुरू से होता चला रहा है। लेकिन अगर आप सब ढंग से समझें तो आप पाएंगे कि कहीं कोई अंतर नहीं है, केवल स्टेप है। एक व्यक्ति कहाँ खड़ा होकर के बात कर रहा है। अगर आप किसी स्तर पर हैं तो आप समझ लेंगे कि कहीं कोई रहस्य नहीं है। हम उस एक्सपीरियंस तक पहुंचे नहीं है, इसलिए हमें रहस्य लगता है। तो ये मेरा अपना एक जनरल अंडरस्टैंडिंग है। तो मैं चाहे वेस्टर्न थिंकर हूँ, चाहे अपने भारतीय दर्शन में कोई परंपरा हो, जैनिज्म हो, बुद्धिज्म हो, क्योंकि हिस्ट्री में और फिलोसफी में मैंने थोड़ा थोड़ा समझने की कोशिश की, तो मुझे हो सकता है कि मैं अभी जो समझ रहा हूँ वो सही नहीं हो, क्योंकि आदमी हमेशा उसकी समझ बढ़ती रहती है, बदलती रहती है, कहीं कुछ भी चीज फाइनल नहीं है। तो मैं ये समझता हूँ कि कहीं कोई अंतर नहीं है, केवल अंतर ये है कि आपने कितनी दूरी तय की है, आप कहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं, और जो सामने वाला है उसका प्लेटफॉर्म क्या है। अगर उसको आप आइडेंटिफाई कर रहे हैं तो आप समझ जाएंगे कि ये इस स्टेज पर है और यहाँ से बोल रहा है। तो शायद मैंने अपनी बात कही जो मैं कहना चाहता हूँ। और जिस मार्क्सवाद की बात कही, तो मार्क्सवाद के बारे में 2 बातें कहना चाहता हूँ। एक बहुत बड़े प्रोफेसर हैं जगदीश्वर चतुर्वेदी, कलकत्ता विश्वविद्यालय के हेड रहे, उनके हमने कुछ वीडियो सुने। वो कहते हैं मार्क्स अंतिम समय में खुद कहता था मैं मार्क्सवादी नहीं। एक बात। और मानव सभ्यता, संस्कृति, दर्शन, किसी भी चीज का अगर आप इतिहास पढ़ते हैं तो इतिहास का विकास तो होता ही है। अगर विकास नहीं तो इतिहास का बात का। एक बात। और कल जो लक्ष्मी सर कह रहे थे कि रिलेटिव, मैं उसमें एक जोड़ बताता हूँ, डायलेक्टिक। डायलेक्टिक का मतलब एक दूसरे को प्रभावित करना। अगर इतिहास के विकास में हमको प्रभावित नहीं किया होता तो आज हम स्थिति में होते ही नहीं, क्योंकि विकास का मतलब ही ये है डायलेक्टिक करना। तो मैं मार्क्सवाद को मैं इतनी समझता हूँ, ऐतिहासिक विकासवाद और उसका द्वंद्वात्मक भौतिकवाद और रिलेटिव, हर चीज ऐसी ही है। अब वो मार्क्स के जो इकोनॉमिक सिद्धांत हैं उसके साथ बदल गए, तमाम मार्क्सवाद में बहुत कुछ चेंज आ गया। तो मार्क्सिज्म को जो हम मैकेनाइज्ड मार्क्सिज्म लेते हैं उससे नहीं समझना चाहिए। लेकिन अगर कोई व्यक्ति, एक सज्जन हमसे बोले, प्रोफेसर थे यहाँ पे, कि मैं मार्क्सवाद में कोई बात करना चाहता हूँ, तो हमने कि पहले आप ये बताइए कि पृथ्वी सूरज से निकली है, क्या आप इस बात में विश्वास करते हैं, और उसका विकास हुआ है हर चीज का, तो उठ के चले गए। उनकी बात यहाँ से शुरू होगी, स्थितियों का ऐतिहासिक विकास के अस्तित्व को स्वीकार करना, और विकास रिलेटिव है और डायलेक्टिक है। आप मत मानिए मार्क्स को, न्यूटन के सिद्धांत अभी खोजे गए आधुनिक शताब्दी में, 19वीं 18वीं शताब्दी में, लेकिन क्या उससे पहले सिद्धांत केवल काम नहीं कर रहे थे। केवल विद्वान लोग आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं नेचर में, अदरवाइज तो चीजें तो हमेशा मौजूद ही हैं। चाहे आप मार्क्सवाद कहें, चाहे न्यूटनवाद कहें, चाहे आइंस्टाइनवाद कहें, उसका कोई मतलब नहीं है। एक बात, और एक बात और भी है, मार्क्स ने, जगदीश जी बता रहे थे कि मार्क्स ने ये भी कहा है कि नेचर में और नेचर के विकास में बहुत कुछ ऐसी चीजें हैं जो रूल से बियॉन्ड है, समझ से बियॉन्ड है, सिद्धांत से बियॉन्ड है। उसको आप कैसे व्याख्यायित करेंगे? कुछ ने ईश्वर कह दिया, कुछ ने अपेक्षता कह दी, किसने चेतना कह दी। मार्क्स उसको मानता है, केवल ये कहता है कि चेतना रिलेटिव है। तो सही कहता है, गलत क्या कहता है? तो मैं मार्क्सवाद को इसी संदर्भ में समझता हूँ, ट्रेडिशन संबंध नहीं। थैंक यू वेरी मच, मुझे बोलने का मौका दिया। शायद
थैंक यू सर। आप हमेशा हमेशा डिपार्टमेंट के साथ रहे, और डिपार्टमेंट की एकेडमिक एक्टिविटीज में सर का बहुत रोल रहा, और डिफरेंसेस तो पहले ही बताया, बहुत सारे रहे हैं और अभी भी कंटिन्यू हो रहे हैं रिटायरमेंट के बाद भी। बट स्वामी शरणानंद जी के फिलॉसफी जब सर हमें एक्सप्लेन करते थे, और कृष्णमूर्ति के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में दोनों का बहुत सिमिलरिटीज है, कृष्णमूर्ति के फिलॉसफी एंड स्वामी शरणानंद के फिलॉसफी में बहुत सारे, वहां पे हमारा मतभेद कम होता था। But then, sir is waiting, chairman is waiting, and thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I now request Professor Raghunath Koshi, former professor in Department of Philosophy, North Bengal University. He needs no introduction. All the faculty sitting here is Dr. Shakuntala Bora is physically present here, sir. Dr. Akoizan, Thoibisana, Dr. Arup Jyoti. There is one Dr. Rajan from Indore IIT. Other faculty of the Department of Philosophy, Dr. Munmoon, Junasmita, and other 20 research scholars, and another 30 students are sitting in this hall, and another 30 are online, sir. Now, he's Indian Darshana Shastras, an expert, an authority on Darshana Shastras of Indian philosophy. If you want to understand Darshana tradition, in the present context, if you have to take 3-4 names of the living philosophers in India, he is there, in the top group. And we always learned much from Professor Raghunathji. And yesterday, Professor Raghunathji, Professor Purushottama Bilimoria gave a talk for 1 hour in the evening, Purushottama Bilimoria. And he was referring to your works 3-4 times. He was mentioning your works. So that shows the kind of works that Professor Raghunathji has. So you always supported this department, and thank you, sir. It's up to you. So there are speakers, Professor Pankaj Jain from Flame University, and Professor Ganga Bhushan, Social Work, Assam University, Dr. Rajan, IIT Indore, Dr. Mrutyunjay Singh, Social Work Department, Assam University. So there you have 4 speakers and 1.5 hours, sir, up to 2:30, 1 o'clock to 2:30. Now I leave it to you, sir.
Okay, can you hear me, Professor Nataraju?
Yes, sir, very clear. Audio, video are clear, sir. Audio, video are clear.
Okay. So thank you, Professor Nataraju, for inviting me here. And I am very much grateful to all the faculty members of Assam University and all other friends coming from different parts of the country. I am happy to know that some of the scholars are present offline, and the research scholars are also there. And I am happy that Professor Nataraju told many things about me, very nice words. It is very sweet to hear, but responsibility comes much more. Once you told this, people's expectation will go up, which I may not fulfill. However, thank you, Nataraju. You are Professor Nataraju and all of the faculty members are my friends in Assam University. Many times I had been there. It would have been fine if I could have present this time also. The one time it is postponed, second time it is not postponed. So had it been in March, I would have gone there. However, I am happy that I am able to see all of my friends. So my work is to chair the session, and we have 1 hour 30 minutes. So including discussion. So I would request Professor Pankaj Jain, Flame University, Pune. So यूनिवर्सिटी कैसे फ्लेम बन गया ये मेरे प्रॉब्लम हो गया. So Flame University Pune, he will be given 15 to 20 minutes, which will be followed by discussion if possible. So over to Professor Pankaj Jain, please.
Thank you, Professor Ghosh.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Adi Nataraju, for organizing this seminar, inviting all of us, including me. Flame University, sir, Flame is an acronym. Flame stands for Foundation for Liberal Arts and Management Education, FLAME. That is how Flame Jwala ban gayi, Jyoti bani Jwala.
Very good, very good.
So this is the campus you see on my background here. When Professor Nataraju told me about methods, I was reminded of my ex-colleagues at the University of North Texas in Dallas, where I was almost for a decade before coming back to India. So I thought I'll speak on a relatively newer field of philosophical methods that is being developed now in the US and other countries. But I think in my humble submission, this is nothing new for India. Our people have been doing these field philosophy for centuries. So I submit to you my whatever observations or conclusions I've developed. I would like to share this PowerPoint, and hope you can see the presentation now. And so the name of this method that they're developing in the US philosophy department, some of them is still a very young emerging field. It's not yet mainstream, but they're calling it field philosophy or public philosophy also. So field philosophy or public philosophy as a method for philosophical investigation, indic exemplars, those who have already done these things over centuries. So if I quote Ramachandra Guha's book, The Unquiet Woods from 2000, he had this interesting quote that intellectual seeks total systematic change, but the task of bringing this about is always left to others. So that is what kind of started in the name of objective scholarship during the British Raj. We see people like Max Muller, who started as Orientalists, as armchair analysts. Without ever coming to India, they created all these theories and several books and chapters and essays about India. But that British Raj Orientalism that started in 18th to 19th century, it goes on even today, in my humble opinion. It continues in neo-colonial and neo-Oriental ways, and even within India, I think in some of the ways our scholarship is happening in present-day India can be compared to what Orientalists were doing during the British Raj, or what happens as what can be called as so-called objective scholarship. So it prides itself in calling this method as highly empirical and scientific, but it has little or no interest in solving any actual issue on the ground. One of the, some of the biggest issues of our times that we are fighting or trying to fight or trying to escape from them, trying to mitigate some of those issues include climate change. And I think there is a long way to go in terms of what scholars are doing or can do. So in contrast to armchair philosophy, or what we all call as objective scholarship or armchair analysis, or empirical or scientific scholarship, in contrast to that, what field philosophy method promises, as I said, from my ex-colleagues, is it promises to bridge the divide between ivory tower scholarship and the actual community that funds the very scholarship that they are creating, by their taxes. All the public universities in the US and the government universities in India, central universities, state universities, are all eventually funded by the public. So public is funding this scholarship. So field philosophy is promising to be a bridge between the public and the scholarship. So field philosophy as a method transcends the dichotomy of scholarship and activism. It also transcends the dichotomy of philosophy and anthropology. It is when you raise up the arms, you raise up your sleeves and dive into the field and start working with the actual people who are trying to fight, for example, climate change or environmental issues, or whatever, so many other issues they are trying to deal with. So field philosophers, if we analogize them, it can be compared with field science. Field philosophers work on site with non-philosophers over an extended period. These are philosophers who are not simply writing about public problems, but are engaged in projects working alongside people as they confront real world issues such as, I keep using that one example of climate change, but many other examples we can find. And there are now new books, new articles that are written on this public philosophy or field philosophy as it trying to deal with public, real world issues. Now, Shankaracharya, Adi Shankaracharya, one of our most favorite, most revered scholars or philosophers or theologian, whatever title we use for him, Darshanik, Sant, Sadhu, Rishi, all those titles we can give him. But from an English, because we're using English language, I'm using English language for now. If we imagine Shankara as an academic, objective, empirical philosopher, we might imagine him, or that happens actually in the traditional Western scholarship. Shankara is seen as a world-denying philosopher. He renounced his family duties. He's considered as the founder of Advaita Vedanta, an ascetic order, as it started after Shankara. He wrote commentaries on Brahma Sutra and the Bhagavad Gita. All of you are, many more times scholars of Adi Shankara and Advaita Vedanta. I don't have to tell you, but just a very quick summary. And he is also called as many times Prachanda Bauddha or crypto-Buddhist. He is studied by scholars, including Western scholars and Indian scholars, but also sometimes he's treated as an exception by Orthodox Brahmins because he renounced Grihastha ashram. He did not even enter Grihastha ashram, as we all very well know. He remained a sannyasi for his entire life. And so because he said things like Brahm Satyam Jagat Mithya, that is attributed to Shankara, Western scholars have now created new theories. At least one scholar I can think of, Professor Lance Nelson in California. He is a scholar of Adi Shankara and Advaita Vedanta. And in his interpretation, because Shankara did all these things, he denied his normal duties of householders. As a householder, he never entered the householder ashram, Grihastha ashram. So because he denied the world, and because he said things like Brahm Satyam Jagat Mithya, according to Professor Lance Nelson, that denial of world has led to the nature devaluation in India, as we see. If rivers are polluted, if forests are denuded, if mountains are denuded, if forests are destroyed, it does not matter because world is false anyway. World is denied anyway. So nature is devalued, and it can be attributed to Shankara's ideas and Shankara's life itself as an academic or objective or an empirical philosopher. But in my response to Professor Lance Nelson, I humbly submit to him and to you all, who are all scholars of Vedanta here, and most of you anyway. In my humble opinion, Shankara should not be considered just an academic philosopher. Shankara should be considered as one of the earliest field philosophers. So as I said in the beginning, field philosophy is not a new method. Our great gurus and rishis were field philosophers, some of the earliest field philosophers. Also, of course, they did not call themselves as field philosophers. So in popular legend, as we all know, Shankar Digvijay, texts such as Shankar Digvijay, we find Shankara's legends is more popularly captured in these great legends such as Shankar Digvijay. What did he do, Shankara? What exactly he did in his life? He was a great Hindu revivalist. He was not just sitting in a cave and writing all those commentaries. He was traveling across India on foot and having these intellectual debates and shastras with Buddhists and Jains. And intellectually, he defeats Buddhist and Jain scholars and revives the great Hindu revivalism that started, can be attributed or is attributed at least partially to Shankara and his work. He also established 4 Hindu mathas across India, as we know, Dwarka, Sringeri, Joshimath in Badrinath, and of course Dwarka. So he was an activist, in my humble opinion. He was working for Hindu revivalism. He wrote Bhakti hymns. So in the West, when I was taking the class on non-dualism at Columbia University, Professor Gary Tubb, when he was teaching this course on non-duality or non-dualism, it was very hard, almost impossible for him to accept that Shankara was not just a Gyan yogi, but Shankara was a Gyan yogi, Karm yogi, and Bhakti yogi. Shankara, for popular Hindus at least, Shankara was the one who also wrote Krishnashtakam and many other hymns that were based on bhakti or devotion to many Hindu deities, Hindu gods and goddesses, and so on. Shankara was not just a normal academic philosopher. So in my humble opinion, I think the Western philosophers especially are trying to imagine Shankara in their own image. That's what Western philosophers have been doing historically. They project that image probably to Shankara also. But in my humble opinion, for millions of Hindus, Shankara inspires devotion. Shankara inspires social activism and world affirmation in Hindus, not nature devaluation. Shankara's whole mission in life is reflected when what all he did. He was not just somebody sitting in a comfortable office or a Himalayan cave and just writing all those commentaries, in my humble opinion. Other example, if we can take, I think Gandhi, I would like to call also as a field philosopher. Gandhi was in environmental literature, which is my area of research. In environmental literature, Gandhi is called as a proto-environmentalist. Long before such terms as climate change or environmental loss of biodiversity, all those global warming, long before these terms, Gandhi lived and preached and practiced ideas that can now be called as environmentalist ideas. But he never wrote a theory of environmental ethics. He was not interested in writing any academic book on environmental ethics. But what he did inspires environmental ethicists and environmentalists, thousands and thousands of them across the world. And of course, Dr. King, Dr. Martin Luther King, Nelson Mandela, and many others, Sundarlal Bahuguna, Medha Patkar, many environmentalists and other philosophers and activists take inspiration from Gandhi's life. Gandhi may not have written anything in terms of proper formal theory of environmental ethics, but his life is his environmental ethics, in my humble opinion. So he took ideas such as Satya, Ahimsa, Aparigraha, that is truthfulness. Those who may not be from Indic background, I should also translate here on this seminar, for this seminar. Satya, truthfulness; Ahimsa, non-violence; Aparigraha, non-accumulation; Brahmacharya, celibacy, is usually translated. I know it's not the right translation. Purushartha, self-effort, when he was spinning his own wheel, Purushartha, and Upvasa. All these examples, all these ideas he took from Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, Bhagavad Gita, that he called his mother, and also from Ruskin, John Ruskin and Tolstoy, Bible, many places and people he took ideas from. But he developed his own. He was not interested in academic theories, but he was a field philosopher, in my humble opinion, as he showed from his life. So Gandhian field philosophy's impact we can still reflect, we can still see across India and across the world actually. So when we see, we know the Vinoba Bhave, what he did in his life is a reflection of Gandhi's impact. Sundarlal Bahuguna I already mentioned, and of course Nelson Mandela, and before Mandela, Gandhi himself exemplified by his activism in South Africa what he was going to do in India later on. In the US also, as I mentioned, Dr. Martin Luther King is a legacy that is a live legacy of Gandhi's field philosophy in America as well. And after Gandhi, or actually even before Gandhi in 1490s, just as our previous speaker was speaking of several saints, I would like to also submit to you, even Guru Jambeshwar, founder of Vishnoi community, can be seen as a field philosopher. He was also, again, not an academic philosopher, but by his practices, he gave such great ideas that even today, even to the present day, Rajasthan's Thar Desert is world's most densely populated desert in terms of flora and fauna because of the life and teachings that Guru Jambeshwar gave to Bishnois from 1451 to 1536. The other example I would like to share here is Dadaji Pandurang Shastri Athavale. he was very well read in terms of Sanskrit philosophy and many our texts, Vedas, Upanishads, and Bhagavad Gita, and so on. But he was also he also lived his life as a field philosopher. He practiced what he preached before he could, he was not interested in academic philosophy, but the way he practiced those philosophies inspired thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of people across the world who tried to practice Advaita Vedanta in their life. As this movement expanded, the Swadhyaya Parivar expanded in his entire life, we can see the reflections of Advaita Vedanta as lived by his life and his teachings. So we just heard Purushottam Biliboria's name, also one of my colleagues, and all of our, in one way, some way, he remains our colleague here also, and he was also speaking yesterday, last night. In his words, these are his words: in much Indian philosophy, one does not start with discursive critical theory or theoretical reflection. Rather, one begins with the practices that are embedded or grounded in all human cognitive and perhaps aesthetic efforts. Over time, these practices may come to be embedded in a tradition, in comprehensive doctrines, or articulated in texts foreshadowed by and prefiguring other texts. They do not ask questions about their own beginnings, historical or conceptual. So after Gandhi passed away, I think our departments are now filled with Gandhian theories, Gandhian ideas. Gandhi was not interested in all those theories, but his life inspired many theories. Similarly, some of the works that has been done, including my work on Vishnois and on Swadhyaya, can be seen in that similar light, that after they passed away, all these great field philosophers, after they passed away, people like us, we try to come up with the theories that can reflect what they were doing in their life, the great practitioners or great field philosophers in Indic traditions. Now climate change, I alluded to already. So climate change is also one of the hot issues of our times. And this issue has to be tackled by the philosophers of current era in India and abroad. We have to study climate change from Indian philosophical perspectives. What lens we can impart on this burning issue of our times, because we have great deal to contribute. What is our attitude towards non-human animals across the universe? How do we localize the mitigation and adaptation issues from Indian philosophical perspectives? How can we escape these issues that are heading our way, in a big way, with all the hurricanes and floods and wildfires and whatnot? What changes we should make in our rituals or in our theology or in our philosophy based on climate change? Things are already changing. When at Gomukh, maybe we were worshipping our glacier in one way. If glacier is disappearing, how are we supposed to do our rituals at Gangotri? Or how are we going to do our rituals at several holy rivers across India? If rivers are getting more and more polluted, if rivers are losing their basins, if rivers are changing their ways, if Sundarban is losing its forests, or how are we going to do our rituals at Ganga Sagar being one of our holiest sacred places? So on all these issues, I think we have to deal as all the philosophers in India and of course across the world as well. That's my humble submission, and I close my presentation here. I'd love to take your question. Thank you.
Sir, please unmute yourself, sir. Raghunath, sir, please unmute yourself.
Okay. Can you hear now?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Jain, for your excellent paper on the philosophy of empirical experience. That is, Shankaracharya is interpreted as an empirical philosopher. Gandhi is also interpreted as empirical philosopher. I think this way of looking towards philosopher is something novel in character. So I congratulate Professor Jain, and we have 2 minutes. So if someone wants to comment or ask question, you are allowed to do that. Please. 1 or 2 questions, please. If not, we will go to the next speaker.
Sir, there is one question from the participant, sir.
Please, please.
Namaskar, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. My question is to Sir Pankaj Jain, Professor Pankaj Jain. Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Go ahead, please. Quickly. Yes.
Okay. Sir, this was a very enlightening paper. Thank you for presenting such a paper because I am also working on aesthetics, ethics, and environment from Gregorian perspective, actually. So during the course of presenting your paper, you pointed out something when you said that Shankaracharya regarded the world as unreal, or better to say appearance, and that led to the devaluation of nature. And this is a very common point which I also got during my, pursuing my thesis. But the thing is, Shankaracharya said that the world is appearance, but he also mentioned the levels of reality, that is the Vyavaharika, Paramarthika, and Pratibhasika Satta. So, when he said that, along with maintaining that the world is an appearance, he also said that the world is true as long as we are in the Vyavaharika Satta. That is, we are in this world. We cannot deny this world. But the world is not real in the absolute sense of the term. That is, the world is not real forever. It is not real in the sense that it was existed, it is existing, and it will exist. As we all know that whatever is created is also will also be destroyed. So in this sense, nature will also be destroyed because if the earth is destroyed, how can nature be saved? So one day nature will also be destroyed. But at the same time, it is also true that as long as we are in this nature, we are embedded in this nature, we cannot devalue nature, we cannot ignore the importance of nature. So how can, if you please illustrate or elucidate your answer, enlighten me at this point, that how can we say that Shankara very saying that the world is unreal or appearance.
Okay, I got your point. Yes. Okay. Quickly, because we have 3 or 4 more speakers, just 1 or 2 lines I'll say. This is how exactly I responded to Professor Lance Nelson's criticism of Shankara. I was quoting Lance Nelson's work on Shankara, how Western scholars have looked at Shankara and how we should be responding to Shankara, to such criticism of Shankara, because they project their image on Shankara. That is all I already said in my presentation.
Then what is your interpretation?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Madam, you will discuss later on. Now time is up. I will call upon the next speaker. Thank you, madam. Thank you for your nice question. So Ganga Bhushan, Professor Ganga Bhushan of Assam University. It is over to Professor Ganga Bhushan, please.
Thank you, sir.
Please, your department, please.
Yeah, myself, I am Ganga Bhushan. I am faculty from Department of Social Work, and I'm very happy that I have got an opportunity to share my thoughts in this seminar. First of all, I'm thankful to Raghunath sir for please bear with me for this paper. So this is my paper is not on philosophical aspects, but it is on something which in social work we always confront, that is participatory action research. So I'm going to make my brief presentation here, sir. Screen is visible. In social work, we talk about enhancing social functioning of individuals, groups, and communities. And in the whole process of helping profession, we also tend to do a kind of research. And most often this research is participatory in nature. And we have some modules, we have some methods of social work practice, which talks about involving people. And this paper, I am focusing more on participatory action research, which we normally use while dealing with the communities. Just to introduce the action research as such, there are many terminologies used for this. It's participatory action research. Sometimes it is called community-based research, cooperative inquiry, action science, and many more terminologies are there, which are rampantly used to understand the communities, to understand the subjects with which we work. As we know that action research is all about, it's an inquiry, it's a period of inquiry. It interprets, it describes and explains social situation. And the main motto of this participatory action research is to empower, to improvement of those who are involved in it. So normally, this is a simultaneous process where the people who are involved into research are also at the receiving end of its benefit. It's most of the time this is locally relevant knowledge. There is no universal as such modus operandi to fit into any context. Sometimes it evolves from the people, from the different contexts. It's not an individual activity. It is mostly a group activity focusing researcher and participants. The power relationship between research and participants is both are partner to each other. So that makes the subjects are also owning the research process. And it's more educative because in the whole process of action research, the participants get emancipated in terms of their understanding. They will be able to clear about the exact problems, the sources of the problem, etc. And knowledge is advanced or generated through reflections. And in this approach, in this PAR approach, not only quantitative, but also qualitative research methods are also used. Qualitative research method like focus group discussions, ethnographic research, or all those research where people are at the center, and then different types of knowledge may be produced by action research that includes practical and proportional. As I said that it is more context specific, so it can result into practical as well as proportional knowledge. And the main motto of PAR is not necessary to create a theory, but in the long run it may lead to a theory. How it is different from the conventional research? In conventional research, in terms of action is important in the participatory research, whereas in the conventional research, understanding begins with understanding, then ends with action. But here action and understanding goes together. And local people, the participants, the people, the subjects are owning it. Sometimes in conventional research, it is more institutional and more professional and personal. Whereas in case of action research, participatory action research, it is owned by people. And it is, the knowledge is of people. And priorities are given based on the local people. And the role of researcher or the social worker here is mere a catalyst, sometimes act as a facilitator in order to promote participation of people in the whole process of this process. And methodology is chosen with an intention of empowering the people. And whereas in the conventional it leads to objectivity is given more emphasis rather than subjectivity, like in participatory research. And the problems are also identified, or the clarity about the problems are being properly defined by the people rather than the researcher. Even the engagement of people in data collection is there rather than engaging a researcher from the outsider. And so if you see the process of the research, starting from identification of the problem, then data collection, data analysis, everything is owned by local people. And it is properly shared by people, where people can correct it, can modify it at any point of time. Most of the time, there is a fixed modus operandi to begin and to end the research process, whereas here it is very flexible, where local people have autonomy, ownership to correct even the methodological aspect of it. The main purpose here is for in social work, action research, the main expectation for action research is it should improve the practice of social work. So, and since it involves action, so mostly it is for the evaluation of the work done by the social work, maybe in terms of research, maybe in terms of an intervention, maybe in terms of any change that the social workers would like to bring in the society. And it is more participative, collaborative. As I already said, it is undertaken by individuals with common purpose. Here, social work, the purpose is when the social worker try to understand the commonality of the problem, accordingly organizing the people, organizing the subject takes place. So its main motto is to achieve a common purpose. It is, as I said, it is situation based, it is context specific. There is no universal framework to use it, but it is context specific. And it develops reflections based on the interpretations made by the participants. This is the crux of the action research that we talk. And here knowledge is created through action and at the point of application. But simultaneously, knowledge plus action goes hand in hand. And in action research, it involves problem solving as well. From the beginning of the research, the problem solving process also starts. So that is the purpose of action research. And the research findings will emerge as actions, but these are not conclusive or absolute. So that is, there is always scope for changing it. And what exactly it involves? It is nothing but a planning for a change. The main motto is for change, and acting and observing the process and consequences of change. Simultaneously, the actions are being observed so that the change can be brought without any flaws. And reflections on these processes and consequences, and then replan. That is planning. Once a plan means it cannot be changed. It's not like that. Planning is just a beginning, but planning process can also be changed when the subjects are reflected properly on the process, and they can replan it at any point of time. That's why it gives emphasis on acting as well as observing, because action without observation leads to many problems in social work intervention. So observation is given more emphasis. That's why qualitative aspect of research is given significant importance here. Reflecting, as I said, So there is no sequence, but at the same time, the sequence is determined by the people's participation process. These are the basic assumptions why there is a need to make people as the partners. And like people who experience the problem are in a better position to conduct research on the issue. That is because they know better about their problem. Instead of external people empathizing, sympathizing with the subjects, it is the people who are the best experiencer of their problem. And what is important is everyone, so the philosophical assumption of social work is every individual has got innate dignity and capacity to change. That is there. We believe with that. So with that notion, any person can be trained with the basic research skills. And participants can establish equal partnership. That is they have the potential. If not, also that can be brought in. And PRA related activities help in it's an empowering process. It is mostly targeting the powerless, voiceless. In the whole process of this action research, they tend to get empowerment. This is the assumption. And it's more qualitative, as I said, because it incorporates the perception of participants into the research. That is from the viewpoint of the people's perception, people's point of view is given more emphasis, more given importance. And participants are equal partners, as I said. That makes the whole PAR more specific. And the ultimate goal is for social change by way of production of new knowledge. The production of new knowledge is subsidiary, it is not mandatory. But context-specific knowledge or practical knowledge is emanated. And it helps to understand the experiences and culture of population groups outside the dominant culture. That we often talk about the subaltern cultures, all those things. So when we go for participatory action research, we tend to get some unique experiences which are not being recognized by the dominant cultures. Advantages, we see advantages is that the ownership is by the participants. And there is increasing likelihood that the data will be used. This results in some action. Most of the time research, like in our academic research, it goes to library. By the time it reaches to the reader, the relevance of it loses. But the action research talks about the outcome should results into an intervention, and which should be in a culturally appropriate way. And in the whole process, participants develop certain skills, and the process is very important here because they get confidence of understanding their problem, and they get confidence of feeling empowered. And these social workers encounter these are the things that we encounter mostly when we practice social work, working with communities, where communities with different identities we work with. So we predominantly use this process. And when it is used for developing a program, it serves members of the marginalized groups. The basic motto is how the people who are voiceless or disadvantaged, their needs can be addressed. When serving as an evaluator, the social worker acts as an evaluator or consultant on various community projects, right? Whether it is government or NGO owned, sometimes community owned. There, the role of social worker is very predominant. And when using the multi-systems empowerment approach to practice, here we talk about different systems and subsystems which are linked to each other. In the action research, we try to understand the different linkages wherever the problem lies that can be fixed. Here, these are the things that the purpose is like minimize power differences between researchers and constituents, and to increase the knowledge of participants and to promote social change. Like we know that Paulo Freire's the pedagogy of the oppressed, that where and another person, Kurt Lewins, who promulgated the idea where it says that knowledge flows from taking action. So there is a linkage between knowledge and action. Without action, there cannot be knowledge. Knowledge cannot be in Ethiopia. All those things are there. Research should be used to reduce the harm effects of oppression involving members of powerless groups. Most of the time, powerlessness or the distance between haves and have-nots increases because of non-participation, because of non-involvement of people who are at the receiving end of any oppression. It draws upon social constructionism and work for postmodern theorists. Like there are many that I'm not going into it because this is the domain of philosophy. But we take very few things which are useful for our social work practice. We also experience some kind of disadvantages of this method. Sometimes when social workers takes up this action research, they tend to create some conflicts among the participants, and sometimes length of time needed to develop consensus around goals and mission and method. Most of the time, while working with groups with different identities, though the common goal is there, it is very difficult on the part of social worker to make them understand that they should come together. So consensus building becomes a problem. Sometimes in the process of creating, it may be destructive. The conflict situation results in dismantling the social relationship. That has been experienced in some of the researches. The need for training around research method. Basic research methods are to be trained. Sometimes while dealing with the illiterate, it becomes difficult. So training them on the different concepts that we academicians use, but still it is useful. The need for skilled facilitation. It is the role of social worker. How the facilitation is to address the different issues of conflict, different issues of prioritization, different issues of involvement. Like in the rural settings, it is very difficult to bring all the people together because we are divided based on caste, class, and creed. So these are the things needed skills on the part of social workers. If not employed properly, it may result in destruction. Then another thing is follow up on task completion. It's not, sir.
Professor Gangadharan, Gangabhushan, your time is over. Please conclude.
Okay, sir. Let me complete this only just 1 minute, sir.
Okay.
This last slide, slide I will just get and finish. What the success or failure of participatory action research largely depends upon the trusting relationship between among the members. That is very important, where the social workers chip in and social workers work on the consensus. Okay, so this is very important, that trusting relationship has to be established, then only PAR becomes successful. As I already told that, minimal training is needed on the research methods about qualitative and quantitative, so that there should not be any problem in data analysis. Then establishing a good organization structure to support the working. Most of the PAR efforts in India, they get failed because they were not properly supported by the agency. The agency to come in and address the issues of conflict and other consensus related issues. The provision of strong administrative support and adequate resources for the project, because in PAR it requires the support of resources also. So with the adequate resources only, we can get success. And the role of social work is to facilitate and coordinate entire process, and all those things that we talk ontological or epistemological understanding of the social worker plays a significant role in deciding the fate of the PAR. However, activities of PAR, intervention of PAR in India while working with different vulnerable groups proved to be very successful. So with this, I am thankful to Raghunath sir for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Gangabhushan. I have heard you after a long time. I met you in an Assam University, and after that we didn't have any communication. However, I am happy to hear from you. You have emphasized on the research methodology in social work and you have emphasized on the participatory action so that others can be involved, so that there is a collective enterprise. And not only research will be followed by evaluation and critical estimate. And there must be some change. So action and observation will go together. And you have referred to some of the problems of the research and also their remedy. Thank you very much for your thinking on the social research. And this is not applicable only in social work. In philosophy also, this type of methodology has been taken into account. So one question may be allowed. If some colleague want to raise question, you are allowed to do that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Very clear.
You can, rather than asking a question, you can suggest something. Okay, please. Yeah.
I did not know from you. Like you were saying about participating in research. Participation of different groups of members in research. Now, in philosophy, we also talk about observation and analysis of data for research. But we generally we also depend on personal experience, right? We do in now my question is that do you consider it as an essential part of any
Subjective experience.
It's very important actually. Most of the time we juggle between what is to be done and what is what I am doing. Sometimes understanding from the viewpoint of the subject is very important. Otherwise we tend to pass incorrect information to the reader. And like to give one example, for example, most of the time research we are conducting on the subject, but we are not going back to them to rectify, to validate whether this is true or not, because that subjectivity comes into play. Subjectivity influences me to write. So sometimes it is the message, actual message of the people doesn't reach to the end, reach as an end product.
Thank you, Professor Ganga Bhushan, for your nice reply. Now we'll go to the next speaker, Dr. Ranjan from IIT Indore. I would like to request him to complete his paper within 15 to 18 minutes. Please, Ranjan, over to Ranjan.
I hope I am audible to everyone. First of all, thank you to Professor Nataraju sir for giving me this golden opportunity that I am presenting this paper. And I am also thankful to Professor Raghunath Ghosh sir that he is sharing my session, and I hope that he will guide me if I make some certain mistakes. And he is basically sharing my second paper. Earlier I presented paper at Lucknow University at ICPR Center. So the paper which I have proposed is the philosophy as a therapy and dialogical process, a meta-philosophical amplification of Greco-Roman and Indian philosophy. So basically the thesis which I want to propose here is that when we try to philosophize or when we try to speculate about the very notion of philosophy, so there is a one term meta-philosophy which still comes under the notion of philosophy, because when we do meta-philosophy, it is also a kind of philosophy. We still do a certain kind of philosophy. So in meta-philosophy, we need to study what is philosophy, how do we do philosophy, what are the methods of philosophy. Such kind of questions comes under the very notion of philosophy. And earlier there is a very popular notion which have become here that Nataraju sir has proposed that we philosopher agree that we disagree, but he hasn't cleared that at what point we basically disagree. So first of all, we have to be clear about that. And I think that there are certain things at which we all agree, and that is questions. We all agree that there are certain questions at which most of the philosophers can agree, like ethics deals with the question of values, morals, good, and so on. Metaphysics deals with the question of reality and so on. So there are certain points at which we can agree at one point or another. So this is the thing I want to say. And if I precise that, I can precise my argument or thesis that just like in the conjecture and refutation, Karl Popper proposes that rather than trying to confirming your hypothesis, we should try to reject that. We should try to find a way how can we reject that hypothesis. And then we can basically be sure about our hypothesis. In a similar manner, if we try to propose analogical, thesis and say that when we have proposed any kind of thesis in philosophical realm, try to pose as much as question you can on that particular thesis, and then try to check whether your thesis is still stable or not. If it is stable, then it can help us to move forward. Now, first of all, I'd like to start with my favorite portion of Socrates' memorabilia, where Socrates was questioned that Socrates, you are still repeating the same thing I heard so time ago. And I hope that all of you would be agree with this thing that I'm getting a chance very late, so lots of things I'm going to repeat. But still, this thing matters a lot because Socrates said, yes, and what is more wonderful, I am not only saying the same thing, but I'm saying them on the same subject. And this thing can be found in Indian methodological notion, which we know as Tantrayukti, which I was expecting that someone would present something on Tantrayukti. So Tantrayukti is a very ancient methodology in Indian context to conduct or write the text. In which, just like that, Arthashastra or the Yoga Sutra or the text on Ayurveda, these are texts based on the Tantrayukti. And I think we can summarize all of that methodology in philosophical realm under this thesis of Tantrayukti. So this is the thing I want to propose in the beginning. Now, with the title of my thesis, that philosophy as a discourse, as a discussion and a therapeutic discipline, I want to subtract my thesis and I want to subtract with the notion of katha and dialectics under the thesis of discourse or dialogue. And in the katha, there is a three aspect, that is vada, jalpa and vitanga. And in dialectics, we have seen in the Western notion that there is a Greek notion, how to have a dialogue, how to invoke the ideas into the spirit of the others, so that we can have a better clarity on that. And this is a very prerequisite thing which we all have practiced in the history of philosophy in one way or another. Somehow we all agree that without debate, without discourse, without thesis and antithesis, without purpaksha and patipaksha, we cannot basically proceed. So this is the thing which we all agree at some point of level. Vada is, we all know about that when we try to debate for the sake of tattva. And when we say that vade jayate tattva bodha, so we have a uddeshya there, that we have settled our uddeshya, we have settled a tattva, that when we are having a debate, then we must move forward to that. And we are not going for jalpa and vitanga, which basically aim for win, or which we basically aim to refute or make the loss of our opponent. So this is the thesis. Now, this is the thing, if I suggest that when we say compare darsana and philosophy, darsana on the one hand says that prasate iti darsana, and on the other hand philosophy is love of wisdom. So when we try to compare both, partially we do not see, or apparently we do not see any kind of similarity between them, but ultimately we may find, and that similarity can be found in the notion what is wisdom and what we want to search through the darsana. So when the basic question which comes with this thesis is that when we try to speculate the philosophy of vada, then there are certain things which we have to keep in our mind. I have kept all the things aside, like jalpa and vitanga or dialectics. So what kind of question comes in our mind is what kind of vada we should proceed for, and what kind of problem which may comes in our way, that there are certain fallacies. What is our motivation to do the research, to have the dialogue, to write the text, to interpret the text, or to deconstruct the text, and so on, and what kind of path we are following when we are having the discussion. So in that, let me begin with the fallacies, which basically comes as an obstacle in the way of vada, which basically aims for the tattva bodha. And there are some confirmation bias, just like in the Karl Popper himself suggests in the scientific realm that when we try to prove our scientific hypothesis, rather than refuting that, we try to we are quite biased towards our hypothesis, and we try to find the ways to confirm our hypothesis. So rather than being biased toward confirmation, we should try to be open-minded and try to be detached from our thesis and try to observe that whether this thing can be true or not, whether this thing can be analyzed further or not. Overgeneralization sometimes due to some kind of historical lapses or whatever reason, we overgeneralize the thing, and problem occurs. And then we have Hetvabhasa. Raghunath sir knows very well about that. He may tell us about how Bhadita, how Viruddha, how other kind of Hetvabhasa basically comes as an obstacle into the way of pursuing Vada. Now coming to the notion of motivation, what sort of motivation makes us to pursue the debate or pursue the Vada and so on? That motivation we should try to grasp from the idea of that Vade Jayate Tattvaboda, and on the other hand, Socratic notion that philosophy is basically a discipline which basically causes or invokes the idea in our spirit. There is a very famous dialogue of Plato Symposium. So there, one of the fundamental question is what is love? So everyone is defining love in their own term, but Socrates defined love in a different manner. He suggests that I think that one of this one. But ideas are children of the soul, which dialogue basically produces in the same way, just like that naturally production and reproduction occurs. When two debaters sit together, if they have truly love for wisdom, then definitely an idea will be produced in the same manner as the Tattvaboda occurs when two debaters sit together with the extreme, or to say the true love for the Tattva in one way or another. So that pure love for the wisdom or pure love for the Tattva is one of the foundational way to proceed in the same manner. So this is the thing I want to say. And in the concluding remark, I want to say that when we talk about Vada, it is quite inclusive in nature. We can be critical in our Vad, we can be analytical in our Vad, we can be analytical in our Vad, we can be deconstructive in our Vad, in whatever it is. But we have to keep our attention, our motivation in check, whether we are doing Vada for the sake of Vada or for Jalpa or Vitanga. This is the fundamental thing which can help us to reach the Tattva or the ultimate source of our wisdom. And now the foundational thesis or the ultimate concluding thesis which I wanted to proceed was that if you are saying that philosophy is all about inquiry, philosophy is all about Vada, critical speculation, and so on, then how and in what manner philosophy is therapeutic? There are certain literature on that. I read Jordan Canary, he wrote Therapeutic Philosophy. Martha Nussbaum wrote Therapeutic, the Theory of Desire or something like that, Therapeutic of Desire. And then my thesis of PhD was also based on that. And Stoics used to say that there are indeed mistakes made through the fault of our advisor, who teaches us how to debate and not how to live. And students also make the mistake who come to their teacher to develop their wit and not their soul. In a similar manner, Epicurus used to say that what is the use of studying philosophy with all that to give you certain kind of abstruse logic. In a similar manner, in the current time, Wittgenstein said that if it does not resolve the day-to-day problem of your life, and there is no use of studying philosophy. So then we have a true love of wisdom, and we have a true love for the Tattva, and debaters basically sit together to find the ultimate reality or to find the ultimate Tattva at which they all agree, and somehow we can proceed for the notion. And I think at last I would say that one of my favorite texts from Boethius' Consolation of Philosophy, where the individual is searching for the consolation in philosophy. He has or she has made philosophy as his mentor, and he tried to speculate, he tried to ask as much as questions he or she can ask, and then try to converse in that manner, which can help us to reach the ultimate thesis. This is the thing I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ranjan. First,
and so one thing I wanted to say, sir, that I am a student of Professor Anand Mishra and Sachidanand Mishra from Banaras Hindu University. So
no problem. If a man can profess something, he's a professor. So thank you very much for first for timely finishing your paper, and secondly, your paper on Vada, which is very beautiful and also very thought-provoking. First, Bade Bade Jayati Tattva Bodha. The phrase you have taken is very real. And Bado is called one type of Katha. And there are three types of debate in Indian philosophy, Bado, Jalpo and Bitonda. And Bado is the first category of debate because there is no ego problem, only the revelation of truth, which is the essential part of Bado. And it is one open-ended concept, Bado. That's why a theory is called Bado, Nirvikalpaka Bado, Apoho Bado, Shunna Bado. That means the theory is not the final one. It is an open-ended concept. If you want, you can raise further question. And in this way, philosophy grows. And what is more novel in your thought, that you have given the therapeutic interpretation of Bado. Bado is a kind of dialogue, and dialogue, it is a therapeutic. So far as the counseling, sensitization program is concerned, a man is going to die. If there is a dialogue, if dialogue is opened with him, he will refrain from dying. So this has got some therapeutic value, which is very new, I think, in your paper. So I congratulate you, Ranjan. Please go on. You are the young scholar, so you have a lot of scope to develop yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So anyone, please? Any question?
Sir, I am Arun from Tripura University. I have a small question to Ranjan.
Please, go on.
But actually, this is in the case of, suppose, in an interpretation of a text. Okay. Now, in the case of the interpretation of a text, dialogue definitely takes place. Okay, so the interpretation, but in that case, how do you say that that some sort of solution has come out from the interpreter or from the interpretant? Because ultimately there will be different interpretations, so it leaves the space in an open-ended manner. So I mean, how the therapy that you are talking about, how the therapy can help in this process?
Yeah, thank you for the critical question. I think that the idea of Uddesha, Lakshan and Pariksha can help us in this regard. You know, when any person writes any text, he basically proposes certain kind of thesis either in the preface or in the introduction and so on. In Uddesha, person basically proposes the sound or basic notion, whether it is soul or being, design or whatever. So when we have that certain notion, we agreed upon that thesis that this person has this Uddesha and I should follow that Uddesha as well. And then he or she has also the responsibility to tell the Lakshana, in what manner that thing is different from another, like philosopher from non-philosopher, soul from matter or soul from no soul, and so on. And then pariksha, then we also get agreement upon certain kind of thesis or method, that this method this person has been following, whether this method can be applicable or I can introduce any other method as well. So when we follow this idea of Uddesha, Lakshan and Pariksha, then certain kind of idea will definitely arise. When one perspective get another perspective, like your perspective, another perspective may arise, or new idea may arise, or same idea the author is trying to propose may arise, and that definitely that thing would be more therapeutic or more pleasurable than anything else. Suppose if you write a text and I interpret the thing, or I introduce or present a chapter on your book, and if you find me that I am interpreting the same thing as you wanted to say, it would be more blissful for you as much as for me. So this is the thing I wanted to say.
Thank you, Ranjan. And what Arup wants to know, I can tell you, you are correct that there are three methods. Hello, there are three methods: Uddesh, Lakshan, and Pariksha. In the Pariksha section, there is the liberty of a philosopher to interpret. And Pariksha is otherwise called Anniksha, Manan, or you may say Pariksha is a kind of self-interpretation. And that's why philosophy is an open-ended concept. It is not the stagnant water, but flowing water. What is Uttara Paksha today may be made to Purva Paksha tomorrow. And what is Purva Paksha today can be supplemented by Uttara Paksha. In this way, the water of philosophy is flowing from one mountain to another ground. So we have to accept this different type of interpretation. Thank you, Ranjan. So now I will call upon the name Dr. Mrityunjay Sinha. Dr. Mrityunjay Singh of Assam University to present his paper. Professor Singh, 15 minutes, please. Please try to finish within 15 minutes.
Okay, sir. I hope a very good afternoon to everyone. Thank you, sir. Okay. Hi, please. So I thank sir for giving me an opportunity to present this paper. My paper is on postmodernism and social science research. I am a faculty member in the Department of Social Work in this university, sir, Professor Raghunath Ghoshar. And my interest in philosophy of social sciences brings me here. I have interest in philosophy of social sciences, as well as I have done even written also on Gandhian philosophy. That is what bring and in social work, as madam was asking that self experience of the person is important. Yes, definitely. We in social work we do a lot of phenomenological research where we give importance to the subjective experience of an individual. We have a casework method where we work with individuals who have different types of social and psychological issues. So we do have in phenomenology, phenomenological research is practiced in social work. And earlier, I too have interest in phenomenology, and at the same time, as Professor Ghosh was pointing out that philosophy, there is no finality; it is open. So in that context, postmodernism also emphasizes that there is no finality, there is no closure. The inclination to close anything, the inclination to say a final word, is what, the attempt by modernists to bring about order, certainty, uniformity, universality, is what is being emphasized by postmodern research. So, it is, so it opens up, it opens up, if anybody is, like Sir, Professor Ghosh was pointing out that, philosophy is an open, there is no finality, so it opens up and tries to open up possibilities for newer ways of understanding phenomena. It has problems with whether we call it absolute truth or definitely, sir. I'll try to stick to time. I have 15 minutes. So postmodernism as a philosophy rejects traditional ideals such as rationality, order, and certainty. It is skeptical about any idea of a stable meaning. Instead, ambivalence, variation, fragmentation, intuition, and emotion are celebrated as guidelines for how we should understand the social world. And so, and it attacks region. It calls it, the region as tyranny of region. And so, individuals are caught and constituted in discourse, and it rejects the representational view of language, means highlighting that language cannot mirror the reality out there or people's mental states. Means, so it attacks both the ontology and epistemology of positivism on the one hand, and humanism or phenomenology. We had a lot of discussions on phenomenology. It challenges both. It challenges that since you cannot represent reality with language, so you are standing on a shaky ground. You're robust. On a superficial, behind that superficial layers of robustness and validity, you are standing on a clay pit because because of the problem in the way the language is represented. So language is undecidable, metaphorical, and full of contradictions. Meaning is not universal and fixed, but precarious, fragmented, and local. So instead of language being used to illuminate something, language itself should be illuminated and deconstructed. So this launching of an of an alternative view on language is one of the most significant aspects of postmodern research. In postmodern research, there is a centrality of discourse. It is definitely, it grew out of French structuralism by taking the linguistic turn in philosophy. The focus on language allowed a construction that denied the objectivist claim of certainty and objective truth, and humanist and phenomenologists claim on meaning or subjective experience. So this linguistic turn enabled the postmodern rejection of subjective experience or humanism through a critique of the autonomy and unitary identities. And so it is critiquing autonomy and decenters a subject. It is decentering the subject. So it is critiquing that, and it is at the same time rejecting the objectivism or positivism through a critique of the idea of representation. It is critiquing objectivism through because of the problem of the language in representing the reality. So the emphasis on discourse means a third line of argumentation. It is rejecting both positivism and phenomenology, or humanism, which is emphasizing subjective experience. So it is so emphasizing discourse. So it is not objective reality out there or human experience and meaning, but discourses that is crucial issue and things to investigate. Discourse is important in phenomenology. So language is external and real, and any potential meaning when we emphasize subjective experience. So this meaning, whatever is there, precedes any experience of what is external to it. Since experience is going to shape an intelligent understanding through language, This implies that A, experience is always mediated through, a meaning, a text which is already available, which is already there before you experience it. The categories are already available before when somebody was saying that Socrates is repeating. So postmodernism is challenging originality, original genius. As Socrates, he was pointing out that you are repeating what what has been said. So there is no in that way, it challenges originality, original genius. So the word is already there, before you experience it. Meaning is fundamentally uncontrollable, and then language, it is destabilizing, since there is no inherent quality in language that regulates the meaning. Derrida. So to note the primacy of discourse is to suggest that each person is born into ongoing discourses that have a material and continuing presence, highlighting the importance of discourse. The experience of the world is structured through the way discourses lead us to attend to the world and to provide us unities and divisions. Same like, discourses means highlighting that discourses place a person in the society just like a status and role, structuring the people in the society like, similar to a status and role, providing them different status and different roles. So the point which is highlighted is that, it is not the individual who is speaking. It is the discourse which is speaking through the individual. It is the discourse which is speaking through the individual. So individuals, criticizing the subjectivity and phenomenological, that, the subjective experience or, in that way. So as discourses structure the world, they at the same time structures the person's subjectivity, providing him or her with a particular social identity and a way of being in the world. So here, this is, contra-humanism, or, we have a lot of talk on phenomenology, so they are mistakenly claim the personal self as the origin of experience. This is what phenomenologists, this is what postmodern Derrida and others, Michel Foucault, they are, critiquing and rejecting, challenging. So everything, whether it is gender, family, life, all this, our employment, career, sickness is constituted within discourse. There is nothing outside discourse. So there is, for example, there is no essence. There is no essence. There is no essential or universal meaning attached to all these concepts. So basically, it is discourse, which is important according to postmodern research. Again, apart from centrality of discourse, the postmodern approach also highlights the identity. Earlier earlier I heard Professor R.P. Singh from JNU. He was talking about decentering of the subject. So all of you have heard about how subject or self has been decentered. And the identity is fragmented, and there is a lot of fluidity, and so and not just that, even this pandemic, the kind of the change which is going on, any attempt to create order and uniformity, which was the project of modernity project, that is questioned here, by this idea of fragmented identity, and this is also, we have to understand in this fast-paced change which is going on in the world, and even the pandemic, even the COVID pandemic also seriously questioned the science. When we say that science, you are very confident that some of the major powers of the world, when they were if someone is so it brought the weakness, or challenged the most of the assumptions, even scientific assumptions. That is very much real, when it is said that fragmentation of identities. Third is this is critiquing the idea of representation. Irrespective of how one conceives objective reality, we don't have a direct access to it. Only it is linguistic practices are central to object production. So postmodernism argue for the deconstruction of the decoupling of the signifier and the signified. There is no photo like relationship between language use and objects. The meanings vary across signifiers and signified. So, and the fourth point is, since I have a time constant also, loss of challenges the meta narratives, foundations, or master narratives. And so here Michel Foucault and other, even Derrida, they are pointing out that these are hoax. Meta narratives are hoax. They have been used to support dominant view of the world, the significance of discourse, and the inability of language to represent contribute to a general skepticism towards the meta narrative. Means the language itself is metaphorical and undecidable. So how can you build a meta narrative which itself is standing on a clay pit? It's like building a colossus on a clay pit. So that's how even Michel Foucault highlights that knowledge power connection, they presuppose each other. So knowledge and power, both, you, for example, unless there is a knowledge about criminal system or criminology, then only this entire prison system and all and he goes on to this Michel Foucault on surveillance capitalism, again in the contemporary times, surveillance capitalism, Michel Foucault. So somewhere knowledge and power are supposing each other. Now for research purpose. So the role of the analyst is not to get behind the discourse to find out what really people mean when they say this or that, or to discover the reality behind the discourse. The starting point is that reality can never be reached outside discourses. Reality can never be reached outside discourses. And so it is discourse itself that has become the object of analysis, for research purpose, as per postmodern research. So discourse analysis. So in discourse analytical research, the exercise is not to sort out which statements about the world in the research material are right or which are wrong. On the contrary, the analyst has to work with what has actually been written or said, or so exploring patterns, exploring patterns across statements, across texts, and also trying to understand.
Conclude, please. Huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 2 minutes, sir. 2 minutes. I'll conclude, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So exploring patterns about the social consequences of different discursive representations of reality. Again, here sometimes discourse analysis is also challenging the commonsensical understanding, because in the society in which we live, we take things for granted. So so it is here that it is challenging the common sense understanding that has to be investigated, and because the way they have been naturalized, and promote dominance, and since we have so the importance of this approach is that it is opening up possibilities for newer ways of understanding the phenomena, challenging the dominant discourses, very, very important. And so yeah, so there is a need to unpack and unmask these concepts, and and so deconstruction very, very important, which is very, in fact, empowering. Since I come from social work, this is very empowering for marginalized people. This is very empowering for marginalized people. Feminists have used it, and when we say that they reject binaries, the way the concept of gender has been expanded, sir. Now LGBTQ, all. So this gender is not binary now. Earlier we used to think that gender means men and women. Now this concept of gender has been, from binary, it has been expanded to LGBTQ, lesbians, gays, bisexual, transgenders, and queers. So this again postmodern, so moving away from binaries, So research here becoming a matter of deconstruction, and thereby highlighting the fragility behind us superficial level of this method of research promotes plurality, methodological pluralism is emphasized, local knowledge is emphasized here, and situated knowledge is this is what we emphasize in social work also. So, and it rejects the search for universal truth. And many examples of deconstruction provide valuable insights for the, it also for the reflexivity of social, so just 1 minute, reflexivity of social research, and so it provides means any researcher must in the beginning must clear his stand, and also highlight how his contribution to the postmodern research or discourse analysis is going to impact the earlier understanding on the subject, so that the readers have a better understanding of the position of the author, as well as what he or she is, what is the aim of the researcher. So it questions the phenomenology essence. Again, I don't know, in Advaita philosophy, here, there was a lot of talk on Advaita. So, here postmodernists will go for, multiple understanding reality or truth, absolute truth, in multiple ways, or, maybe, not even accepting that there is only one truth. It opens up. It opens up that, when we say that Advaita, there is only one truth, merged together. So, it questions that, that line of, that there is only one truth, the truth. It questions the truth, the truth,
Joy, please stop. We will go to for lunch and other things. So thank you very much. And sorry that I have to interrupt you. When you are emotionally reading some paper, it's a crime for the part of the chairman to stop in between. So I have committed the crime and I have to get punishment for that. So however, duty for duty's sake, I am doing.
No, sir, postmodernists promote questioning.
Okay, thank you. Your paper is very good. You have enlightened in a new thing, phenomenology and postmodernism as a research method. According to you, language is always metaphorical. It cannot give you the true picture of reality. So always it needs deconstruction. And that's why rejecting, you are in favor of rejecting objectivism or positivism. So subjectivity is the only way to have social identity. So this is this type of interpretation is found in Buddhism. When they say language cannot give you the true picture of reality, it's a kalpana. But only the encounter with the truth, which is called swalakshana, can give you the actual picture of reality. Thank you very much for your nice paper. As a young man, I wish you will go ahead, much ahead with your research work. Thank you. And I would like to close the session here. And I am grateful to Professor Nataraju and others for giving me scope to chair the session and hearing 4 brilliant papers. Thank you all the speakers and all the commentators and Nataraju and other colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your insights and for your words. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Raghunath Ghosh, sir. It's nice to hear you after a long time. Thank you so much for chairing this session. And I thank all the paper presenters, Professor Pankaj Jain, Professor Ganga Bhushan, Dr. Rajan and Dr. Mrityunjay Singh. Thank you so much for your scholarly and very lucid presentations. All the papers were very good and it was really an engaging session. So thank you so much. And now we will take a lunch break for maybe 30 minutes, and then we will again assemble here around 3:15. So we have actually one more session before valedictory, and in our last session we have around 4 speakers, Dr. Kanchan Gopte and Dr. Shorop Todaria, Dr. Shomokanti Vishwas and Amit Deshmukh. And chairperson of that session is Dr. Akuiza ma'am. So we will be meeting here again sharp at 3:15. So that's all. Thank you so much. So,